Good evening. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that due to COVID-19, some commissioner staff are attending remotely via Zoom, by phone, or on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General's office. Due to COVID-19 requirements, the public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public also will have an opportunity to provide brief comments from the lobby of the municipal office building. I'm going to call this meeting order. Clerk, please give the roll call.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Roll call: Davis.
Here.
Bynum.
Here.
Burrough.
Here.
Townsend.
Here.
McKiernan.
Here.
Ramirez.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Kane.
Here.
Markley.
Here.
Stites.
Here.
Garner.
Here. The invocation is being given tonight by Commissioner Harold Johnson of Faith Deliverance Church of God in Christ, followed immediately by the pledges of allegiance. Pastor, will you provide the invocation?
Thank you, Mayor. Let us pray. Oh Lord, our God, we thank you for this day, the day that you have made, and the day that we rejoice in. With this evening, God, we welcome your presence, your wisdom, and your direction in our meeting. We pray, Lord, that we accomplish all that has been set before us with the common goal of doing what is best for this city and county that we are blessed to call home. Grant that our Mayor Garner, and every commissioner that is on the commission have ears to listen to the concerns of the citizens that we serve. Give us wisdom to act in the name of justice for all Wyandotte Countyans. Bless Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, and every neighborhood from the north to the west, to the east, to the south, with all of your graces, and let all that we do tonight be for your glory. We pray in the name of Christ our Lord. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
And
to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible,
with
liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Commissioner Johnson, for providing the invocation this evening. I'll ask the clerk if there are any revisions to tonight's agenda.
Mayor, we had one change to the agenda. It was for the mayor's agenda, item number 1 under the Ordinance Safe and Welcoming City Act. Public comment on the item number 1 of the mayor's agenda will be limited to a total comment period of 1 hour. Each speaker, whether in person or online, will be limited to 1 minute. It is anticipated that 30 minutes will be allocated for those online who wish to speak to the matter, and 30 minutes will be allocated for those appearing in person who wish to speak to the matter. 15 comments were electronically provided to the UG clerk before the deadline, and those items were also delivered to the commission before tonight's session. I would also add that the clerk received 21 submissions to speak in person as well.
Thank you. I believe that change is also in order.
Yes, Mayor, we did. For the sake of continuity, we are going to actually go to the mayor's agenda. We're going to read the proclamations, which are items 2 and 3 in succession before we go back to item number 1, which is the ordinance for safe and welcoming. I will read the first proclamation. Whereas Annie and Wally Durr immigrated from China, met and married, started their first Chinese restaurant together in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. And whereas realized their dream of purchasing a building and starting a business. And whereas 50 years ago today, February 12, 1972, Annie and Wally Durr opened Tower Restaurant at 1300 Minnesota Avenue. And whereas they started a family and raised 4 children, Tina, Irvin, Leo, and Dara, whom have all worked in their local restaurants. And whereas the Durr family continues to epitomize the arduous work, family involvement, and customer loyalty it takes to be successful. And whereas Chef Annie continues to serve Chinese food with love, working wholeheartedly, entered her 75th year of life on February 10th, 2022. Whereas the Durr family and their family owned Restaurant exemplifies our goal of developing a comprehensive plan that attracts small businesses seeking to locate, grow, and prosper within our community. Now, therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim Saturday, February 12th, 2022 as Chef Annie Day, Tao Tao Day. The second proclamation says, whereas Dr. Caruthers is retiring January 31st, 2022, having served the citizens of Kansas City for 45 years as an active contributor to the health and wellness of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, as a physician and surgeon in the practice of dermatology. And whereas Dr. Caruthers graduated from Sumner High School in 1963, received his undergraduate degree in 1967 from the University of Kansas and his medical degree in 1971 from Howard University School of Medicine before returning to the Kansas City metro area. And whereas Dr. Caruthers was commissioned as a U.S. Army Major from 1971 to 1977, having served as Chief of Dermatology and Assistant Chief of the Emergency Room in Kimbrough Hospital, Fort Meade, Maryland. And whereas Dr. Caruthers is a lifelong member of St. Peter's CME Church, a life member of National Medical Association, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity, Incorporated Howard, University of Medical Alumni Association, Southern Poverty Law Center, and the NAACP. And whereas Dr. Caruthers is a member of the American Academy of Dermatology and Society of Dermatological Surgery and served as president of the Kansas Dermatological Society as an officer for the Call Valley Medical Society and Kansas City Medical Society. Whereas Dr. Caruthers served as a clinical instructor for the Kansas University Medical Center and a reviewer for the Kansas Foundation of Medical Care and Advanced Health Equity throughout his career. Now, therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim Monday, January 31st, 2022 as Dr. Bertram Caruthers Jr. Day.
Thank you, and congratulations to those individuals on receiving this well-deserved honor.
Mayor,
This takes us-
Commissioner Kane does have his hand up if you want to pause for that.
Commissioner Kane.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I received the blue sheet at my house at 4:41 today and wasn't really able to get a hold of anybody, but you stated in your inaugural speech that you would work tirelessly to do what the people wanted, not what you wanted. Several people wanted to voice their opinion tonight, but with this time frame, they will not be able to. When we worked on the casino, which was a hot topic at the time, we were in the chamber till 1:30 a.m. and listened to all concerns. My goal has always been and will be to be as transparent as possible, and I don't believe this is. The last thing I want to say, just because you can limit a time frame to an hour doesn't mean you should. I'm very disappointed that a lot of people will not be able to voice their opinion.
Thank you, Commissioner. In light of that, that was a consideration, but that is not a mandate moving forward. We are going to try and accommodate anybody that is listening in sight and sound of this meeting to be able to voice their opinions, their concerns, their recommendations in light of the pending agenda item on the mayor's agenda. Takes us to item number 1, Ordinance Safe and Welcoming Act. Our first order of business is the mayor's agenda. And this is keeping a commitment that I made to Wyandotte County that I would move the first item regarding the Safe and Welcoming City Act. This item was approved unanimously on January 21st, 2022 by the Public Works and Safety Standing Committee, chaired by Commissioner Bynum. I'll turn it over to Susan Ailey from our legal department for comment.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Susan Ailey. I'm a senior attorney with the legal department. Going to share my screen so that you can see the presentation that I gave at the standing committee. Is that showing the PowerPoint presentation?
No.
No, okay. Is it now? No.
No.
How's that?
No. There it goes.
Okay, great. So this act is a proposed ordinance that was brought to the unified government by a community group called Safe and Welcoming Wyandotte. It's a coalition that came to the unified government back in 2018 with a proposed ordinance. There have been 2 special sessions on this topic. The first one happened in May of 2020, and the second one happened in January of 2021. And I just say that to show how long of a process we've been going through. The initially proposed ordinance presented some legal concerns, and that was the topic of the May 2020 presentation. In January 2021, we presented again, and the legal department then worked with the coalition to come up with a draft that would not present those same legal concerns. So the stated goals of this act would be to foster trust between the community and the unified government, to increase the accessibility of unified government services, to ensure that local resources are used for local purposes. That's a reference to using local resources for purposes other than enforcement of federal law, including federal immigration law. To improve quality of life for undocumented community members and their families, and also importantly, to comply with state and federal law. So as it's drafted, the act has 2 parts. The first part has been colloquially referred to as the Safe and Welcoming City Ordinance. And that is where the statement that local resources should be used for local purposes is found. It also discusses how the unified government will collect and handle immigration information. In general, it states that we will not be collecting information unless we have some legal reason why we need it. And then we will not share it unless there's a legal reason why we need to share it. It states that we'll provide translation services, and it states that we will not discriminate based on whether someone is documented or undocumented. The second part of the act has to do with community ID. Casey Meyer will be talking about that when we get to that portion. So just in broad strokes, part 1 generally prevents the unified government from using its resources to enforce federal immigration law. That is somewhat already status quo. That's part of police department policy anyway. It says that we'll only be collecting immigration information when necessary, and then that information will be treated as sensitive and only shared as required by law. Part of the process between the last time we presented on this in January of 2021 and now has been adding carve-outs that preserve law enforcement functionality, ensure that our federal grants are not placed at risk, and ensuring that we comply with federal law. We've also tailored this ordinance so that the Board of Commissioners doesn't exceed their lawful authority with any provision in it. So moving on to part 2, I will turn it over to Casey Meyer.
Good evening, commissioners. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Thank you. My name is Casey Meyer. I'm a senior attorney in the legal department. I am also the police advisor. So like Susan said, 2 parts. The community ID is the second part, and the process that will be used to go through the community ID process is the unified government will issue an RFP for people to apply so that we can then pick a third-party administrator to run the program. This community ID program is completely distinct and separate from the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department's program. That program that the police department runs is primarily for the unsheltered population. The police department verifies those IDs, and that is an avenue for those people to get a valid state ID. This is completely different. It would be a third-party administrator that is not the police department. And the third-party administrator would be the one to take the applications, hold any documents related to that. The unified government would not have any access to the documents related to those applications. And then once people obtain a city ID, Susan, you can go to the next slide. Once people are able to obtain a city ID, all unified government departments would be required to accept those. Local businesses do not have to accept them, but may accept them. And I don't think there's anything else I need to cover on that. The Board of Public Utilities can accept additional forms of ID if they need to. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them. I also think our Chief of Police is on here if you want to ask him any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Alick and Ms. Meyer. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it does.
Okay. As a form of order, we're going to keep this moving. I will now open the public comment.
Mayor, if I may interrupt, I apologize. Two commissioners have their hands up first. Commissioner Stites, then Commissioner Johnson.
Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites, District 7. I've got a question here. I went to the Safe and Welcoming website and I printed off from their site, and I'm a little bit confused here about this letter that was sent to David Alvey, Mayor CEO, on March 6th of 2019. And it says in the third paragraph, a municipal ID card is a form of photo identification issued by a city or county government. And then when I just hear just now that it's not going to be issued by a city or a county government, makes me want, I mean, what happened there? It's not the same as what's on the Safe and Welcoming website. And I printed it off from their site.
Thanks, Commissioner. Like Susan said, this process has been ongoing for a very long time, and the original discussions and versions of things are not the same as they are now. So originally, when this was proposed to us by the coalition, the idea was that the unified government would be running the program. I think all parties involved thought that the best and most efficient way to do it was not to have it in-house within the unified government, but rather contract with a third party to do it. So it's still, I think, considered a city ID. It's just that a third party is going to be running the program.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. I think that, the group may want to remove that form or that letter that's on their site that is inaccurate, just so that people aren't getting the wrong information out there. The other question that I had regarding the third party issuing the ID. So you said that they will be gathering the documents needed to possess an ID. And then after that, after someone receives their municipal ID that's not issued by a municipality, no access to the documents by any oversight committee, or what checks and balances are there once that RFP is responded to and awarded?
So some checks and balances can be created within the contract itself, but the coalition, part of the reason it's a third party is under the Kansas Open Records Act. If the unified government had those records, they would be open records. If a third party is the administrator, they're not going to be considered open records. And so privacy considerations were part of this decision as well. But yeah, the unified government would not have, as this is currently written, the unified government would not have access to any of the records that the third party administrator would take in administrating the program.
And with that being said, then there would not be, I mean, I'm not saying that we need to retain those documents, but I mean, to do a spot check, for instance, you know, if we were just to verify what's going on, you know, quality control, if you will.
I understand your concern. As it's written, there is no, that would not be permitted under the ordinance as it's written. If there was a criminal investigation, the police department could get a search warrant and get records from the third party administrator that way, but as it's written, we wouldn't be able to get records from the contracted party.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to get a point of clarification. Will the commissioners have opportunity to speak at the conclusion of the public comment, or is this our opportunity now? I just want to get a point of clarification there.
Yes, you will have an opportunity to speak and ask additional questions as well.
After the public comment.
That is correct.
Thank you very much. I'll wait.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Johnson addressed what I was going to inquire about, seeing as how you want to give as many people as possible who want to comment the opportunity to do so. I would withhold any questions I have to a later time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will now open the public comment. I'll ask the clerk to provide a synopsis, including how many comments were submitted to the clerk's office.
Thank you, Mayor. As iterated earlier, we did receive 15 comments that were electronically provided to the Unified Government Clerk, and those were also delivered to the commission before tonight's session. We also received 21 requests for speakers who I believe were in the lobby, and that is what we received.
Thank you. Is there anyone in attendance in the lobby of City Hall here who would like to speak on this item? If so, staff will call your name to come to the podium in the order that you signed up. Once you have been acknowledged, we ask that you provide your name and city of residency for the record. 30 minutes will be allocated at a minimum for those appearing in the lobby to speak. Due to more than expected citizens in the lobby, we will allow all those who came on site this evening to speak and voice their concerns. You will be given 1 minute to state your comments. Staff will announce that you have 30 seconds remaining to give your time to wrap up your comments. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with the rules of procedure, and if remarks are determined to be out of order, I shall instruct the speaker to stop making such remarks and declare them to be out of order. Derogatory and improper language or actions will not be tolerated. If you persist with such derogatory statements, you may be asked to leave and your comments will not be entered into record. I'll turn it over to the staff in the lobby at this time.
Good evening, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I want to thank Mayor Garner, first off, for putting safe and welcoming on the agenda. I believe we will all gain from safe and welcoming to have a city where people don't fear to report a crime or will fear to go out to spend their money in the marketplace or to visit their child's school. Safe and welcoming is just one small policy change to respond to the needs of our thousands of poor and marginalized residents. Among them are 14,000 undocumented immigrants. They do some of the toughest and most essential
30
jobs.
seconds.
They pay plenty of taxes, and it's about time they are welcomed into our community and valued rather than insulted and scorned by people who never get to know them. Safe and Welcoming is looking forward to our 21st century future as a city full of energy that immigrants bring, anxious to harvest the creativity, entrepreneurial spirit of people who are still looking for the American dream. Let's welcome them and treat them like neighbors rather than tell them you don't care if they are safe.
Your time has expired.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. My name is Katie Jones, and I'm a licensed social worker and resident of Wyandotte County. Currently, I work for Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools and as a private practice therapist at KU Strawberry Hill Psychiatric Hospital. Every day, I work with residents of Wyandotte County who don't have access to an ID and the basic rights it warrants in their community. Being denied basic rights affects your nervous system and leads to chronic stress stemming from feeling unsafe. If the systems within your community and the systems within your community deny you your basic rights, it doesn't make sense to trust or participate in them. Denying people their basic rights contributes to systemic dysfunction and a never-ending cycle of trauma. Though I provide much needed mental health services, what many of my clients need before anything else is housing, employment, and consistent social services, all of which would be more attainable if they had an ID card. Safe and Welcoming is one simple solution that can make mental health interventions more effective and could build trust and
Your time has expired.
Of Wyandotte County. We are a 45-year-old Latino serving organization, and we believe that passing the act not only affirms but goes beyond the touted description of this community, its diversity. Unfortunately, a diversity community does not automatically mean inclusive, safe, or welcoming. We have
30
work
seconds.
to do to ensure that all members of our community feel valued and respected. This has no provision that requires any employer or law enforcement officer to break or bend any laws for anyone. Adopting and enforcing this act allows more of our community to contribute to a safe and well-being of us all. Systems and policies do not work without equitable implementation.
Your time has expired.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. I'm Rick Behrens. I'm from Kansas City, Kansas, lifelong resident. I live in the 5th District, and I have pastored in the Central Avenue neighborhood for 40 years. Many of our neighbors who have rebuilt our community have lived in fear for 20 years or more because the federal government immigration system is broken and unjust. We can't fix that. None of us here can fix that. Safe and Welcoming City Act is not about fixing our federal immigration system. We have no control over that. Safe
30
and Welcoming
seconds.
is about how we are going to treat our neighbors. We do have control over that. Are we going to pay double and ask our law enforcement to do a job for which they are not trained and for which they have no responsibility and don't want to do? Or are we going to leave the responsibility where it belongs with our federal government? Are we going to invite our neighbors to help us build a safer community by reducing their fear and inviting them into the public square? Are we going to help law enforcement and the whole community by making it possible for 30,000 people, our neighbors, without adequate identification?
Your time has expired.
and the president of Advocates for Immigrant Rights and Reconciliation. AIR is committed to empowering and uplifting the voices of the immigrants community and providing them with the tools that they need to better protect themselves and their families. We believe that all people, no matter where they were born, deserve a chance at a safe and dignified life. Our team has been working to raise community awareness and support the Safe and Welcoming Act for years. local officials, including majority in this call, have been
30
invited to
seconds.
meet and engage throughout that time. We have seen the support of our community. In fact, you have received thousands of letters of support. It is important that this wonderful city, county considers giving our most vulnerable communities an ID and ensure that the safe of our immigrant families by voting to pass the Safe and Welcoming Act today. Let's show our community, our neighbors, and the world that we are a safe and welcoming community.
Your time has expired.
Victoria Arcano, if you could stand to the front, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. My name is Randy Lopez, voter and lifelong resident of Kansas City, Kansas. I also serve on the Central Avenue Betterment Association Board and as president of the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools Board of Education. Tonight, I come before you asking that you support and vote yes to the Safe and Welcoming City Act. Both the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education and Central Avenue Betterment Association voted unanimously to support Safe and Welcoming because we've heard the thousands of voices who have been asking for this.
30 seconds.
Safe and Welcoming is rooted in compassion, equity, justice, and inclusivity. Now's the time. By voting yes, you will help the most vulnerable in our community, including hundreds of McKinney-Vento houseless students in our district, those aging out of foster care in our senior community. By voting yes, you can help foster a positive relationship with our police and community. By voting yes, you acknowledge the thousands of residents who have signed petitions and knocked on doors and sent you emails. Let Wyandotte County be a shining example of forward-thinking, inclusive community and not
Your time has expired.
safe and welcome.
My name is Victoria Arcano, and I'm a previous resident of KCK. I worked for the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, and I'm the current CXO of a local domestic violence shelter. I'm a social worker and advocate for survivors of domestic violence. I experienced the repercussions of the unwritten bias of city employees and the lack of explicit protection of all residents of Wyandotte County. It is not the policy to call ICE, but it happens, and the impact on survivors is dangerous. And it is also dangerous for the larger community.
30 seconds.
If survivors know ICE will be called as a consequence when seeking protection, the city is cutting off access to safety and limiting the city's ability to prosecute violent crimes. To survivors, safety is not worth the risk of deportation, even if a family member is abusive and unsafe. You need to guarantee the deportation is not a factor weighing on survivors of violence when they seek safety. Thank you. Vote yes.
My name is Sarah Wagner and I'm with Rosedale Development Association. Every summer, youth who are involved in our summer youth employment program have trouble receiving the money they earn from their job placements. Why is this? Because many don't have state issued IDs, are too young for driver's license, or don't have bank accounts. By working closely with our local bank, we have been able to have students use their student IDs as an alternative with great success. A community ID used as a similar alternative would make extremely
30
useful
seconds.
basic services like check cashing available to all of our residents. Also, KCK-PD community policing officers have a long-standing relationship with RDA and the Rosedale community due to their involvement. They attend neighborhood meetings, volunteer with us, and keep our neighborhood leaders informed. In turn, residents feel comfortable communicating and trusting in the police. But for a lot of our residents, that trust is challenged by news of deportations and local ICE raids.
Your time has expired.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thomas Alonso, Strawberry Hill, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm the 2nd District Representative to the Advisory Commission on Human Relations and Disability Issues. Our group studies human relations issues and advises commissioners and other UG officials. We have studied this issue extensively, and as a commission, we unanimously passed a resolution supporting safe and welcoming Wyandotte in February 2020. Dozens of cities across the U.S. have passed similar ordinances. And
30
this ordinance
seconds.
will promote improve public safety, providing a safe environment for all citizens to cooperate with local police, as well as help improve economic development and a means of building community and increasing accessibility. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marge Gasnick. I live in Kansas City, Kansas in the 1st District. I want all of my neighbors to live with dignity and safety. The Safe and Welcoming Ordinance strengthens that by providing a community ID that will allow people who are living on the margins a chance to be able to take care of everyday tasks and errands and to improve their quality of life. Furthermore, Safe and Welcoming clarifies the responsibilities of our law enforcement and will provide a sense
30
of
seconds.
peace and trust, particularly for our immigrant families. I ask you please to pass the Safe and Welcoming City Act. Thank you.
Sister Tree Spangert, 424 North 15th Street, Kansas City, Kansas. This evening, I am proud and grateful as a Sister of Charity of Leavenworth to join my voice with a team of people speaking up for our neighbors who so often are devalued. In this time of pandemic and before, they are told time after time that they don't belong unless it comes to a job deemed essential. Since the late 1990s, I have been involved with the Kansas legislators and immigration policy.
30 seconds.
During these 20 years, despite bill after bill for restrictive immigration policies, a bipartisan group of legislature never supported these bills and they never became law because the business coalition knows that they keep the economy going. And I would add tonight, they keep Wyandotte County's economy going. I joined the coalition in proposing that we now embrace our neighbors in this community, well, only because a matter of birthplace are not citizens.
Your time has expired. Do you need to get the mic?
Vice President for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at the Greater Kansas City Chamber of Commerce. Tonight, I'm here to support for the passage of Safe and Welcoming Wyandotte. The Greater Kansas City Chamber of Commerce recognizes the value of being truly welcoming and intentionally work towards the inclusion of newcomers. They create a culture and policy environment where all residents feel empowered to work with each other in strengthening the social, civic, and economic fabric of our community. As a business organization, the KC Chamber of Kansas City and its Welcoming KC
30 seconds.
understand the contribution immigrants make to our community. We know that being welcoming is the right thing to do, but equally important, it makes good business sense. Immigrants are resourceful, resilient, hard worker, entrepreneur, create jobs, they're great students and good families. And let's not forget who was there during the COVID pandemic to cover all essential positions. If immigrants have done all of these without the aid of a universal ID.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Carla Juarez. I'm the Executive Director of AIR. We work with our community to advocate for our rights, our immigrant rights. We deserve to feel safe and we deserve to feel welcome. We have knocked on doors and made many calls and we know the community supports this. This ordinance, if anything, gives clear instruction as to how the police should interact with our immigrant community when they are just going about their day and contributing to society.
30 seconds.
It has been 5 years since we first started these efforts. It is time that you pass this ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Atenas Mena, former resident, and I was born and raised in Kansas City, Kansas, currently living in Kansas City, Missouri. I am Executive Director for Clean Air Now environmental justice organization stationed in Argentine and Armourdale and expanding throughout Kansas City. I'm also a certified pediatric nurse, And many immigrant families oftentimes forego needing healthcare and social services because they fear interaction with public agencies. Families are then left vulnerable of inadequate healthcare due to socioeconomic status,
30
undocumented
seconds.
status, or limited English proficiency. Overall, immigrants have lower rates of health insurance, use less healthcare, and receive lower quality of care compared to US-born populations. In addition, toxic stress associated with fear of deportation has been shown to have harmful effects on an individual's long-term physical and mental health. Children are especially vulnerable to this type of trauma, which is a barrier to normal physical and mental development. Furthermore, fear of deportation has a significant impact.
Your time has expired.
My name is Louise Lynch. I am a resident of Kansas City, Kansas. I want to first say thank you, Mayor Gardner, for being the first mayor to put this to a vote. We appreciate you keeping your word. Second, I want to say this is not a race issue, an ethnicity issue. This is a human issue. This is an issue to keep people safe and welcome to our community. We have 63 different languages being spoken in our public school system today. That's 63 different cultures.
30 seconds.
We need to not oppress them and their families. In 1844, we had the first school building built to educate Indian children and white children under the same roof. In 1844, we do not need to go back. Stand today to your pledge that you gave to the allegiance for liberty and justice for all. Time is up. Stop the oppression. Quit the fear mongering. We're not going to have mass exodus. We need to make.
Your time has expired.
Good evening, mayors, commissioners. My name is Sarah Lynch. I'm a resident of Armourdale. And I want to say earlier last month, my home was broken into on Martin Luther King Day while my family slept in our beds. We called the police twice. No one showed. I chased after the intruder with a bat. And between myself, my mother,
30
and
seconds.
our dogs, we were able to chase the intruder out. An officer came later that night, but they were not dispatched. They were just in the area. The terror we felt could probably not be matched by someone who's undocumented or someone that does not have the protections that a citizen would have. We need safe and welcoming for the safety of all of our residents because those populations,
Your time has expired.
Hi, my name is Willie Apela Flaherty. I'm a resident of Kansas City, Kansas. I live in Strawberry Hill, just down the street here. I attend a lot of neighborhood meetings for Strawberry Hill, and one of the major things that we hear about is crime and complaints about crime. I'm here to just say that you guys should support Safe and Welcoming because in large part, as many of my neighbors have said, we need everyone here to feel safe to call the police, right? We need everyone to be able to call for help and to report the crimes that are happening.
30 seconds.
If I don't feel safe calling for help when I'm in my home, I'm not going to report any crimes that are happening around me. And when that's the advice that we get as citizens and residents is to call the police, call 311, call 911. If I don't feel safe to do that, I'm never going to do that, and our community is never going to be safer. So please just vote yes for this. It makes the entire community safer.
Good evening. My name is Mary Jean Grindle. I'm a retired educator and I live in the Turner area of Kansas City, Kansas. I am strongly opposed to this ordinance. While the immigration system is broken, fixing it the Bernie Sanders way is not the answer. When were all of the citizens throughout all of the dot going to be told about this final proposal and given the opportunity to vote on this? Cost for such an election shouldn't be an issue for something so important that affects everyone in the dot. It's very bad
30 seconds.
Commission to steamroll this ordinance over its citizens without our vote in the matter. You have many frustrated and angry citizens right now in this county tonight. We know you'll be voting yes because your minds are already made up and you just want to get this over with. Please know that our eyes are open and we do have access to some very important phone numbers for when we citizens feel the need to make a call. And I'm not talking about calling the police or fire department. Thank you.
My name's Kenny Shaw, lifelong resident of Wyandotte County. Mr. Stites brought up several things that I'd seen in the ordinance that the database people or the county is not responsible, the city, I'm sorry, is not responsible for anybody or anything in these, in this information. I believe that the ordinance, everybody should be safe. That's not a question. The question is, how do we protect the people that are already
30
here?
seconds.
When you don't have the ability, when the police don't have the ability to check on somebody, then we put everybody else at risk. One person on this thing that you're giving away could destroy the whole situation. So I ask you to maybe reconsider drawing up the ordinance to a different perspective. Thank you.
Great. Good evening. My name is Val Lobatos. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the County Commission. I ask you to vote no on this ordinance. I believe this ordinance is filled with nothing but loopholes. For example, a third-party entity distributing the municipal IDs. If that's not a loophole, I don't know what is. This is a poorly written ordinance. No background checks required to obtain an ID is downright reckless and wrong. At this time, I'd like to offer a suggestion to commissioners. Why not
30
require
seconds.
applicants of the municipal ID to stroll down to the police station and be properly screened and thumbprinted? My last remark, all data from municipal ID holders will be stored in a centralized database. What's going to happen to the database when a new administration comes in and wants to do away with the ordinance? Will that database be turned over to ICE? I yield my time.
My name is Debbie Shaw. I'm a lifelong resident of Wyandotte County. My great-grandparents came here in a covered wagon in the 1800s. This ordinance is lunacy, absolute lunacy. All that's going to happen is that human trafficking will explode more than what it already is. And where, by the way, is myself and my Safe and Welcoming Committee? If I commit a crime, it goes on a record. People with all
30
these
seconds.
bogus ID cards, they don't get a record if they commit a crime. So you are discriminating against the legal citizens of Wyandotte County if you pass this. This ordinance is treasonous. Thank you.
You will be on deck, please.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Henry Chamberlain. I reside in Bonner Springs, Wyandotte County resident, a businessman. I travel internationally. I'm on the board of the Economic Opportunity Foundation. I'm the Democratic National Committeeman from Kansas. I travel enough of the world to know that not just Bonner, but Wyandotte County is a diverse
30
community on a
seconds.
global scale. Look around. We've got more diversity, more people here from different places than almost anywhere else, and the community functions very well. If there's something that we can do that's simple and inexpensive, that simplifies the life and helps the families that live around us, I think we need to be doing it. Please pass this ordinance.
Brian, that mic will be on deck. Brian.
Good evening. My name is Beto Lugo. I'm co-executive director of Cleaner Now, an environmental justice organization here in Kansas in KCK. Just want to echo a lot of the comments colleagues here have said today. So just want to share that it's very difficult for community members to access public health and other readily available resources when local government wants community participation or support on a local issue. Many residents do not feel safe and welcomed, therefore creating a sense of distrust and disengagement.
30
As
seconds.
an environmental justice organization, we are trying to create a healthy community that is environmentally safe from all hazards by adding these stressors of discrimination against our communities. It creates further divide and disproportionately eliminates access to resources. Immigrants built the city and the local industries that support all of us by advancing economic growth. They are our top workforce. They are the ones that—
Your time has expired.
Hello, Brian Matlock. I live in Strawberry Hill, and I'm an economist and work at a local community-based nonprofit. So a couple things. One, if one of us sees a family member jaywalking, smoking weed, or stealing office supplies from work, I would venture to say not a single one of us are going to start by calling the cops and demanding maximum sentences, because instinctively we know that is not helpful. Putting them in a dangerous, traumatic situation, separating them from their family. For many of us, these are our family, our loved ones, the people who graciously open their homes to us, and allowing them to participate and work in society is one of the best ways they make up for what's going on. And secondly, even if you're totally pro law enforcement, they want people to have IDs. It makes their job easier. If you basically it's a harm reduction measure. If you—
Your time has expired.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yasmin Bruno Valdez. I am a junior at Rutgers University, and I am an intern at Advocates for Immigrant Rights and Reconciliation. I am a longtime Wyandotte County resident, and I want to tell you a little story about my mother, who was a domestic violence victim and could not report it to the police because she did not have an ID. Had she had this ID, she would not be so fearful of the police, and she could have reported the domestic violence that went on in our home. I ask you, commissioners, to please do the right thing and vote to pass the safe and welcoming ordinance. We have worked for 5 years to pass this ordinance, and I ask you to do the right thing. You have all the power in your hands tonight. So please pass this ordinance for God's sake.
Hello, my name is William Barajas, a retired officer. I served 32 years. I was also president of the local chapter of the Latino Peace Officers Association. And everything they said about the immigrants is true. Hardworking, you look at Central Avenue, Minnesota Avenue, a lot of thriving businesses up there. So, and we are one of the most diverse counties, not only in Wyandotte County, but in the state. And so somebody mentioned that there's like 64 cultures. Anyways, I don't know what's not safe about it. I
30 seconds.
Vote no, because I don't know where the tax money is coming from or how much it's going to be and what the cost is. And I've been on Mayor Holland's diversity task force that went nowhere. And so I think there should be an oversight committee to monitor the activity and where the money's going. So I say again, vote no. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Brenda Andreu. I'm a retired psychologist. I am asking you not to issue municipal ID cards to illegal immigrants. Legal residents have to present legal documents and submit to background checks to prove who they are. It is unfair for illegal immigrants to be given municipal ID cards based only on what they say their name is and what they say their birth date. Illegal immigrants should not have more rights and be trusted more than legal residents. I speak in opposition to the Safe and Welcoming
30
Act.
seconds.
You are asking Wyandotte County to harbor criminals, people who have come into this country illegally have broken the United States of America laws. You further want Wyandotte County to not cooperate with legal officials who want to detain illegal immigrants. Every state and its territory swore to uphold the United States of America's laws. People who think nothing of violating the very first law for entering the country would not have a second.
Your time has expired.
Hi, I'm Katie. Commissioners and Mayor of Wyandotte County. As a resident of Wyandotte County and a business owner for the past 14 years, I strongly urge that you strongly reconsider the plans to implement the Safe and Welcoming Act. The ramifications and the repercussions of this ordinance will be the final death spiral of our county and its future. With all this in place, you're planning to bring bigger businesses like the up-and-coming Margaritaville and stores and restaurants at the Legends and ask citizens to come from other communities to put their hard-earned money in our community. With this ordinance hanging in the balance,
30
how are we
seconds.
keeping legal citizens safe? What are your plans to house these individuals? How can a non-for-profit third-party organization be in charge of municipal IDs to help with background checks? The answer, they cannot do it safely and without fraud. Please consider not passing this. How are you providing the health care for these people? How are you making allowances for these people and housings? How will this happen? The monitoring illnesses, diseases, vaccination statuses.
Your time has expired. There it is.
My name is Carolyn Cahar, a resident of Wyandotte County. While I believe written with good intentions, this ordinance is fraught with loopholes and long-term negative impacts on our county. I would like to present facts over feelings. The ordinance not only ties the hands of law enforcement officers, but also municipal courts. The ordinance gives a third party complete authorization to allow alternative methods of proving residency and requires that they keep no record of these applicants once issuing them an ID. This is irresponsible and not looking out for the best interests of the citizens of Wyandotte County. The Kansas City
30
Kansas
seconds.
Department already issues city ID cards. There is no reason to delegate this out to a third party when this is a process already in place with government oversight. Furthermore, although the ordinance uses the verbiage Wyandotte County several times, I've been told by those in the UG governing body that this will not include any county departments, but only Kansas City, Kansas. I would ask if this be the case to specifically exclude all county departments within this ordinance, including the sheriff's department and the election office. Please.
Your time has expired. I can't unmute it.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Ana Duane, co-owner of La Mega Spanish radio station, former Wyandotte County resident. What will the Safe and Welcoming Act do for the hardworking Latino community? It would allow parents to visit their kids' school with confidence. It would allow parents to take their kid to the hospital and not send someone else to take them because they don't have an ID. It would allow police officers to be able to identify who they're talking to. We're not asking for citizenship. We're not asking you for a handout.
30
We're
seconds.
asking you simply for an ID. Commissioners of Wyandotte County, I ask you to vote yes to Safe and Welcoming. Wyandotte County, please make a difference and be the example to other counties by voting yes to Safe and Welcoming. Thank you.
Trinidad Molina, if you can come, she's on the podium. Trinidad, are you here? Chuck Adams to the podium. Dwayne Beck, you will be on deck.
Good evening, Commissioners and CEO Gardner. I appreciate it. My name is Chuck Adams. I'm a resident of Edwardsville, Kansas. I have two requests of you this evening. The first one is that you set aside the Safe and Welcoming Committee legislation and the community legislation and put it to a vote of the community. If you're asking the community to be safe and welcoming, let the community decide that. Number two is on the ban of the ban.
30
the
seconds.
name of it. I would ask that you withdraw that from the consent agenda, set it aside, and vote no separately. Please pull that out of the consent agenda and vote no. Thank you.
Wayne Beth to the podium. Diosling too, you will be on deck.
Thank you. My name is Dwayne Beth. I'm a lifelong resident of Kansas City, Kansas. I was the law enforcement officer in Wyandotte County in Kansas City, Kansas Police Department since 1975. This ordinance, although we totally embrace safe and welcoming, this ordinance is not a good ordinance. It's not going to be enforceable. It's going to cause more problems than it's going to fix. This is a Band-Aid effect when you need a tourniquet. We need
30 seconds.
We need IDs, but we have a process with the police department already. It'd be more cost effective to educate the people to go through that process, help them to get ID cards than it would be to start a whole new process with a third-party administrator that has no accountability to anybody, with a hidden provision that they can waive all criteria for ID cards.
Your time has expired.
Will be on deck.
All right, thank you for your time, commissioners. My name is Dioslin Tot, and I grew up and live in the Kansas City, Kansas area in 66102. And I am here today to state my robust support for the Safe and Welcoming City Act, because I believe it is past beyond time to have passed, and truly to embrace the full diversity what makes our county our home. As a little girl, I remember how Kansas City used to look like, and it was all grayed out. It was abandoned towns. It was no streets, and there was no lights even at some point. But throughout the years, I started seeing change and things that were recognizable to me.
30
I saw
seconds.
vibrant colors being painted in the buildings that were once grayed out. I saw signs going up in my native language and foods that I excitedly recognized. I saw it was around the corner. And the thing is that I understood that my neighbors were contributing to our economic system. They built avenues that we didn't have before and created resources that we didn't have either and brought them here. Now the streets are filled with celebrations like Diversity, Dia de los Muertos. We have festivals that celebrate our culture and our food. And it's all thanks to our neighbors that have participated in all of this.
Your time has expired.
Time.
Good evening, commissioners and mayor. My name is Cheryl Mendez. I have lived in Wyandotte County all my life. I am married to an immigrant for 52 years. So I speak from knowing both sides of this, being in that family. This ordinance, I just have two questions. First of all, why can we not take this to a vote of all citizens of Wyandotte County having a vote instead of just a selected few? This is American right to vote, to make our voice heard.
30
in the
seconds.
ballot box. And that I have another question. If I understood right, these records that information that will be gathered by the third parties will not be accessible in the Kansas Open Act. They'll be covered. Do we have that same right as citizens, that they would have to get a warrant to get our personal information, or is this just exclusive to this group under this act?
Good evening, commissioners. I really didn't know I was going to speak tonight, but since I'm here, I'm asking you to take it to a citywide vote. I don't think 10, 11 people get to decide for all of us what is good for our county. I've lived here 68 years, and just take it to a citywide vote. Thank you.
Nicholas Kaiser and Adine Kaiser. Sister Linda Ruth to the podium. Zelinka Shelby will be on deck.
She didn't intend to talk.
Pete Panteka. Pete Panteka. Reverend Adriana Showalter Matlock. Graduate.
Hi, my name is Reverend Adrienne Showalter Matlock. I'm a 12-year resident of KCK and a fifth-generation Midwesterner. I'm sharing tonight on behalf of Groundwork Northeast Revitalization Group, where I am on staff as Operations Director. Though I'm a fifth-generation Midwesterner, I grew up in Houston, Texas. And when it came time for me to migrate to this area, the land of my family, I did so with ease.
30 seconds.
This connected me with the ability to be on my grandmother's side when she passed away. If you persist in blocking the safe and welcoming ordinance, you carry on the tradition of settler outposts. You aid and abet our colonial federal government in its efforts to forcibly relocate, displace, and control human beings that our colonial federal government deems unacceptable. The peoples of Northeast KCK, our service area.
Your time has expired.
Signed up to speak in the lobby this evening.
I'm sorry, Ms. Cobbins. Did that conclude the comments from those in the lobby?
We have one more, Mr. Mayor, and after Elizabeth, this will be the last person that signed up in the lobby this evening.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for giving me a moment to speak. My name is Elizabeth Friedman. I am a pediatrician in Kansas City. I ask all of you to support this movement to ensure that the children who live here, most of them who are citizens, if that is really the concern of people who are opposed to it, are safe, that their parents can go to their schools, that their parents can sign leases.
30 seconds.
That their parents have access to all of the resources that we need to survive and live comfortably so that we can continue to contribute to our communities equally. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask if there's anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak on this item. If so, please raise your hand to be recognized. Once you've been acknowledged, we ask that you provide your name and city of residency. For the record, you will be given 1 minute to state your comments. Staff will announce that you have 30 seconds remaining to give you time to wrap up your comments. 30 minutes will be allocated at a minimum for those joining us virtually to speak. I'll turn this item over to the clerk's office.
Our first speaker is Peppert.
Hello. My name is Danetta Peppert. I'm a resident of Kansas City, Kansas. Mr. Mayor, in the spirit of transparency and honesty, two of the very things you said we could expect from you in your inauguration speech, I pose the following questions. Can you unequivocally state that to the best of your knowledge, all citizens of Wyandotte County were presented with the complete details of the Safe and Welcoming Act? Would you also state to the best of your knowledge that if said information was indeed presented, that it was done so in a manner of time that would allow the
30
citizens
seconds.
the following: the opportunity to educate themselves about the act, to voice any questions and concerns that they may have, and to receive answers to those questions? If your answer is yes, then I and the majority of this county are here to tell you, Mr. Mayor, that you have been ill-informed, sir, or you are just plain wrong. If you stand by your word and there are no unanswered questions to Safe and Welcoming, then put this on the fall ballot. This is the most important question of the evening. What would be the downside to putting this?
Your time has expired. We have a second Peppert online. Looks like the same person. Connie Brown Collins.
Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Connie Brown Collins. I'm a resident of Bethel Wellborn in KCK. I'm the founder of Voter Rights Network of Wyandotte County. I'm asking you to support the Safe and Welcoming Ordinance. As an added plus, it offers a means of legal identification for seniors, disabled, and homebound individuals. My husband was born in Georgia and did not have a birth certificate. Many older individuals in the segregated South were born in homes. Even with separate but equal hospital
30
birth
seconds.
records were often sketchy. It took months of filling out forms and sending them back and forth for him to get a cursory record of his birth. My neighbor, who is a senior and disabled, gave up trying to find her North Carolina birth certificate. If my neighbor's not able to renew her driver's license, having a community ID card through the Safe and Welcoming Ordinance will help her navigate legal identification necessities. Please vote to approve this ordinance. The card may have eliminated trials.
Your time has expired. Lauren Bonds.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lauren Bonds, and I'm an attorney that has been working with the Safe and Welcoming Coalition for the past year. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and I'd just like to address a couple of what seem to be misconceptions about the ordinance. We've been working with the UG Legal Counsel to figure out a way to make sure that this ordinance wouldn't undermine the ability of any law enforcement officers to do their job. Nothing in this bill would prohibit police officers from investigating an individual who committed a crime.
30 seconds.
Nothing related to the identification would prohibit police officers from investigating that individual if they did indeed commit a crime. And just to briefly address the concerns around the third-party administrator, all of their conduct is going to be governed by a memorandum of understanding, and the unified government does have, ways to address any kind of failure to abide by the terms of that memorandum of understanding. So with that, I just want to say thank you for the time tonight, and I hope that you will pass this ordinance.
Evelyn Hill.
Hello, this is Evelyn Hill. To our mayor and commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to share. We, the Justice and Equity Coalition, support any ordinance that protects and serves all residents of Wyandotte County. Given our place in history, beginning with Quindaro, Strawberry Hill, and Argentine communities, among others, we believe Wyandotte County has been and should remain a place where people and families from all nations seeking to become productive and law-abiding
30 seconds.
of Wyandotte County should be permitted to apply for and, if approved, issued a community ID card offered to all Wyandotte County residents that will unlock many of the services our county or city has to offer. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Stuart Swetland.
Thank you. I'm Monsignor Stuart Swetland, president of Donnelly College and pastor of Our Lady in St. Rose Catholic Church. I ask you to vote yes. This is the right thing to do. It will help our neighbors. But I have the unique experience of being part of a third party who ran a similar program when I was stationed in Illinois at the University of Illinois. We issued the IDs, and none of the problems that people have raised were any concern. In fact, in that county, there was an economic boon to the section that accepted using these IDs, and the part that did not quickly reversed themselves because they recognized how it helped citizens economically and socially. So please vote yes on this. It will help this community grow. It will keep people safe. It will make them feel welcome. Thank you.
Faith Rivera.
Yes, hi, I'm Faith Rivera. I am a second generation Rosedalian, 14th generation Mexican American, and I have been in support of this ordinance from day one. And I would like to say that it is important that we have community members that are able to have IDs because then they can go and see their kids and their children. I want to say too, we voted, we knew what it was important to get the electors, our leaders out that were against this. And so we knew how it worked. It's not a vote. We can't take it to a vote. You're the leaders, and this is what we did. We got and we united to do this. Thank you. Vote yes.
Jeff Harrington.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate this opportunity. Although this does not pertain to the city of Bonner Springs certainly supports the goals of safe and welcoming neighborhoods. But we have not been included in any of these discussions over the last 2 years concerning this, and recognizing that to be successful, a program such as this depends on the specific needs of the community it serves. I want you to know that I have received only concerns with this act and do not support it with the flaws that it has in the manner in which it's going to be presented. Thank you.
Lisa Yeager. Ms. Yeager's dropped out. Alejandra Frere.
Hello, my name is Alejandra Frias, and I am a student at UKC living in KCK. I believe the safe and welcoming is the most righteous thing we can do. There's a lot of misconceptions on immigrants and what they can do. But for those who think that they are bad people or whatever they might think of them, I want to ask if they have ever had a deep connection with one, or if they are simply speaking on stereotypes they have heard. I think lots of us are religious, and I think that you should remember that God told us to love our neighbors.
30 seconds.
You love your neighbor. You love immigrants. You should love immigrants, houseless, and the elderly population who benefit from the safe and welcoming. Thank you.
Nehemia Russell.
Hello, my name is Nehemiah Roselle. I am a resident of Kansas City, Missouri, but have worked in Wyandotte County with folks experiencing homelessness for over the past 6 years. And I know from working with these individuals who often do not have idea how crucial it is to have one. And I've been involved with the current City ID program through the police department. And that's been a truly amazing resource, but only for a certain select population of houseless individuals. It cannot be utilized by all residents.
30 seconds.
But I know from working and from having this program and how important it's been that we need to expand the access to an ID to all residents of Wyandotte County, which will be beneficial for the community as a whole and include them in our community. Thank you.
Mayor, I see no other hands online. Oh, I'm sorry. Some more just came on. Peppert?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Keith Pappert. I'm from Kansas City, Kansas. And, I want to commend you guys. And I would tell you that a lot of this is coming as we think, people aren't wanting to welcome people. We do want to welcome. And I think this ID just doesn't get it done. My concern is if you really want everybody to assimilate and have, as you guys said, improve the quality of life, then they've got to be able to assimilate into the community and have jobs. This ID is not going to do that for them.
30 seconds.
I would like to know what it's going to do to the resources in the community that are already taxed. What's it's going to do to the hospitals? What's it do to the community college? What's it going to do to the welfare programs? None of that has been discussed or talked about. We've got enough dividing us, and I think this thing is just going to create more of a divide in the thing. I run a business that requires identification, and I can't accept this identification. So we're going to have something that works better than this. I commend you for trying to do something that helps.
Your time has expired. Laura Mersman.
Hi there, I'm Laura Mersman. I am not a resident of Wyandotte County, but I have worked in Kansas City, Kansas public schools for 9 years. And I believe that you should vote yes for the safe and welcoming ordinance because the children and families in our community deserve it. The immigrant families, as well as homeless families, the elderly, several populations are going to be very positively impacted by this ordinance that just validates them as residents and
30 seconds.
Our neighbors in this community, and it will create huge impacts, as well as allow them to move around the community feeling more safe, knowing that they can call on the police to protect them, as well as utilize many other resources within our community, hospitals and schools, et cetera. They'll feel more comfortable. So thank you.
Phil,
Yes, hello.
go ahead.
I've been a resident and worked in KCK for 16 years, and I completely understand why anybody would want to move to this country or this county. And I do feel for all the immigrants out there struggling, but giving out IDs just based on what people give as information is the easy way out. I think it's much more difficult to help people get their citizenship the proper way. And although I feel bad for those people having issues, feelings aren't more important than laws. And if
30
we
seconds.
don't follow our laws, that's not good for anybody here. And I definitely think it should be a public vote. Thank you.
L. Huggins.
Yes, I just wanted to say that Linda Huggins from Leavenworth. The Safe and Welcoming has been open for anybody in any of the surrounding counties to participate, to attend meetings, to learn about the program. It's been successful in a lot of areas across the United States, and it's legal, and there haven't been problems with it. So I just urge you to support that program. Thank you.
Ty Gorman.
Hello, thank you. This is Ty Gorman. I live in Northeast KCK in Wyandotte County. Just want to urge you to vote yes for safe and welcoming. Keep people in the community safe. IDs are necessary for all of our neighbors to live and thrive and be safe in our community. So thank you for supporting it. And, vote yes.
Alejandra Perez.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alex Perez, and I serve as the Parks and Rec Commissioner for the City of Kansas City, Missouri, and I also serve as an educator, working for families on both sides of the state line. I ask that you please vote yes and approve the Safe and Welcoming Ordinance. From an educator standpoint, it is not an immigration issue. It's about accessibility to our students and their families to basic services that as American citizens we take for granted. Respecting basic rights is essential for our community's well-being.
30 seconds.
It is imperative that our residents, including the houseless community and the most marginalized and vulnerable, have the dignity of being able to identify themselves properly. Thank you for your time.
Office of Human Dignity and Solidarity.
Hello, my name is Mauro Pineda, and I work for the Archdiocese of Chicago, Pastoral Migratoria, and I'm here to listen to see what decisions are going to be made here and to support the immigrant community. As you know, in Illinois, we have driver's licenses for people who are undocumented, and that has been a great benefit to the community. The immigrant community is vital to your economy. And I don't think anybody can deny that. So, I don't live in your city, but I want to support the immigrant community because I know their issues. Thank you.
Raymond Rico.
Good evening. My name is Raymond Rico. I'm an immigration attorney here in Kansas City, Kansas. I grew up in Argentina. Every day I have the chance to work with immigrant families, help immigrants legalize their immigration status to continue living in and contributing to our county. Absent immigration to our county, Central Avenue, Minnesota Avenue, and many of our communities would have remained as they did in the 80s and 90s when I grew up after many Wyandotte residents moved to Johnson County. The least we can do is welcome our immigrant brothers and sisters and allow them to feel safe.
Beth Seeberger.
Hi, I live in Wyandotte County, zip code 66102. I have sponsored a refugee from Nicaragua. He applied and came over legally, asking for asylum, was put in detention for 4 months. When he got out, he had only the ID from ICE, which they didn't even hardly think looked like him when I took him for his first ICE check-in. There is no other ID that they are permitted to have until they get their work permit, which sometimes
30 seconds.
takes 6 to 9 months to apply for a work permit. That was a fortunate person who was able legally to get a work permit because one person reached out and was welcoming to him. He is an outstanding citizen, not citizen yet. His court case is still 3 years away, but he will contribute and is contributing to the communities where he is living in this country.
Your time has expired. There are no other hands raised online.
Thank you. I just want to take this moment to thank all those individuals that made comments tonight on this proposal. Your comments are both valued and appreciated, and they go a long way towards helping this commission make an informed decision on an issue that obviously is of the utmost concern and for our commissioners. So thank you. At this time, the public comment portion of this meeting is closed, and I'll ask if any commissioners have questions for staff or any comments. And I believe Commissioner Ramirez, I'll recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everyone who came out tonight. I will try my best to keep my questions and comments brief. Before I go into my comment, I have some clarifying questions to our chief counsel and the other councils who helped us craft this ordinance. My first question, if this passes, will we be in violation of any state, federal law, statute, rule, or regulation?
This is Misty Brown, Chief Counsel, and no, Commissioner Ramirez, we will not. We work to ensure that the ordinance presented would not violate any laws, which is why we are able to approve it as to form.
Thank you. And does this hinder, limit, deter, or bar any police officer from their duty to serve and protect the community?
Misty Brown, Chief Counsel, the answer again is no, Commissioner.
Will we provide anyone, quote unquote, welfare to anyone who is protected under this act?
Misty Brown again, no, Commissioner, we will not.
Will anyone receive special benefits?
Mr. Brown, Chief Counsel, again, I guess it would depend on how you would define benefits. I mean, some might say getting the ID is a benefit that's unique to this ordinance if the documentation could be provided. But I think what you were asking is if there's any sort of financial benefits or services that would be provided unique to this ordinance, and the answer is no, that's not included in the ordinance.
Okay, yes, that's what I was trying to, my question was will anyone receive any special benefits that a regular citizen couldn't get? So thank you. Can people vote with this ID?
No, Commissioner, this is just a community ID that is required to be accepted by unified government departments, but it would not be sufficient for the election office.
Okay, and can anyone get a driver's license or drive a vehicle with this ID?
Again, no, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. Those were just some clarifying questions that I heard from people who had concerns about. When I ran for office in 2019, this was something I stated to my community of door knocking that I would fully support. As fourth generation American, my great grandfather came from Mexico. My grandfather contributed to this community by opening a grocery store in my district in Rosedale. Sorry, trying to compose myself. To hear the rhetoric that all we immigrants bring is violence disappoints me. Very much so. We don't bring violence. We don't bring disease. We are here already. We provide to this community. Central Avenue is a thriving community than what it was before. Argentine is a thriving community. I don't like the term, I abhor the term sanctuary city because it makes it seem that we need to be saved. That's not it. All we want to be is welcomed. And so again, sorry, trying to compose myself. This ordinance is something that will make our community better and greater. It's not going to make droves of people move to this city. The reason why droves of people that are going to want to come to live here is because they feel that everybody will be welcomed and cherished for who they are as a human being. And so I ask my fellow commissioners to think about it. I fully support this. And I know there are people in my district who don't support this and who have asked me to vote against it. I will say, I will stand by my vote. And if this vote is the reason why I get voted out of office, so be it. I cannot thank the coalition enough. I cannot thank Misty, our legal department, Susan Alig, Casey, Lauren Bonds, everyone who helped in this. This is a ordinance that breaks no law, no regulation, does not hinder our police. It is something that our police department is already doing. We are just putting it in policy. We are just putting it on paper. Nothing more, nothing less. So I'm just going to end to Allie, Misty, Susan, Casey, everyone who on staff who worked on this, thank you. Because as I sent an email tonight to the coalition, however tonight ends, this ordinance shows that the UG and the community can work together. We can put our differences aside and put good policy on paper. And I thank Mayor Gardner for taking the courage to put it on the agenda, because we have asked for 2 years to put it on the agenda and we were refused. So I'll end my comments, but I ask my fellow commissioners to think. This is only going to make our community greater. So thank you to everyone who was part of this, and I look forward to proudly voting yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, I echo the comments from Commissioner Ramirez for your courage to put this before the community today. I want to thank the community at large, whether you were proponents or opponents of what has been proposed tonight, for coming out and voicing your opinions. I think it's been a fair process. 2019, I stood after much contemplation in front of a packed house of community individuals, most of whom were from Wyandotte County, and became the first commissioner of the UG to publicly support safe and welcoming. And that night, I pledged to our community that I would present safe and welcoming to the UG Commission for discussion. I want to thank my colleagues, Commissioner Bynum and Ramirez, and for joining me, and also most recently, Commissioner Davis, our legal staff, who has dedicated themselves to create a proposed policy that speaks to the rich diversity of our beloved community. We had 2 public special sessions where the commission listened and discussed what we are considering tonight. This was not done in secret. The same notifications were given as were given for this session tonight. Unfortunately, the public in those sessions were not allowed to speak. And so finally, at the last Public Works and Safety Standing Committee, the public had an opportunity to express their views and opinion just like they had tonight. It was a lengthy meeting, but it was necessary. There's been a groundswell of appreciation for the diversity of our beloved community. We proudly tout the fact that we are one of the most diverse communities across this nation. The demographics speak to that, but to date, we have not dignified all of our citizens with the opportunity to properly identify themselves. And let me be clear, this is not an effort to become a sanctuary city. This is a means of identifying and protecting the safety and welfare of all of our citizens, regardless of whether they are undocumented or not. They are already here. The undocumented, not only them, but persons who are recently released from the correctional institutions, the elderly, they all support this community. They pay property taxes right now, sales taxes. Some of them own small businesses. Some pay rent. The list goes on and on. They support the economics of this community right now. And I don't need to remind this commission of the countless persons that come into Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, work in our community, but spend very little of those wages in our community, and those dollars often go to support other communities. The community has been both patient and persistent with this commission over the past 5 years on this matter. And I don't want them to have to wait another year, another month, another week, or another day. Mr. Mayor, I move right now that this commission approve this historic ordinance as submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of brief comments. I've been working with the members of the Safe and Welcoming Coalition since May of 2020, and I do stand in support of the ordinance, both components of it. But I want to reiterate some things that I said a year ago in a public session when we held a special session on this topic, and that is that I am a strong supporter of our law enforcement, police and sheriff. And I think about all of the years that I have spent working in this community, which is more than 25, in a grassroots way. In 1995, Kansas City, Kansas police brought forward community-oriented policing and problem solving. And we began in earnest to work with our neighborhoods. And the problem solving portion of that was critical. And it worked. And we've seen major gains, major strides within our neighborhoods. I see this work as an extension of that problem solving that we do hand in hand with our neighbors. It is not a surprise to anyone that lives or works in this community that our immigrants have been moving into Wyandotte County for more than 20 years. So we are not talking about some unknown population of folks that are waiting in some other town to flood into our community and commit wrongdoing. That is not what we are talking about. We are talking about people who live and work and worship among us right now. And I think this is about taking steps toward building trust in all corners of this community. I've been proud to work with this coalition. Commissioner Johnson is correct. None of the sessions that have been held so far were unknown in any way different than this one. And I do wish more people had had more information. But I think that's a shared responsibility among all of us. And I do also know that our unified government communication staff is working diligently to do more and more every day to open those lines of communication. And I commend them, especially and including the fact sheet and Q&A that was placed on our website about this very topic that answers a lot of these questions. A lot of what I've heard in the last few weeks and heard again tonight was a request from some of our residents to place this on a ballot. So my one question for our chief counsel, I did ask her this question in an email a week or so ago, and I would like her to share the answer as to the two mechanisms existing for placing this item on a ballot for a public vote. I think it will be very enlightening.
I think Susan and I are going to cover that. Susan has some slides associated with that question.
Please do.
Okay, thank you for your question, Commissioner. This is Susan Ailig with the legal department. There is my PowerPoint showing.
Parts of it appear to be.
Oh.
Well, I see 3 slides named 11, 12, and 13. Is that it?
Yes, that's okay. It's a continuation of the previous
very
PowerPoint. So there are 2 options, as you mentioned, and one is an advisory election, and that would go from the commission to the election stage. And the second is a ballot initiative that would come from the community in the form of a petition to the commission. And then the commission could choose whether to adopt the item that the community petitioned for or put it on the ballot. So I'll start with an advisory election since we don't have a petition in front of us. And the graphic that I used here is this kind of jumble of arrows because that pretty much represents the issues that we've encountered as we've done some preliminary research into how this would go. So there are a number of logistical challenges. Before we go into those logistical challenges, a key thing to remember here is that an advisory election would not be binding on the governing body. So it is almost like a very formal, complicated survey, because regardless of the results, the commission could choose to adopt or modify or not adopt this ordinance, even after the election procedure. A key wrinkle in the advisory election procedure is that the election commissioner is not required to administer an advisory election. And in our preliminary communications with our election commissioner, our understanding is that that's not something that his office would be willing to take on. And that's based on direction from the state, as I understand it. So we would need to find a way to administer this election separate from the election commissioner, We would need to identify our own polling places, potentially get our own election equipment. So that's why I used that jumble of arrows. I'm not really sure how that would work. We haven't identified another jurisdiction that has gone through this process before. Based on what previous elections have cost and what the different components of an election cost, our rough cost estimate is that it would be about $82,000. But that's very rough at this point. So if we wanted to go down this path, there would be a lot more work for staff to do to figure out exactly whether it's possible and how to do it. And I'll let Casey talk about the ballot initiative.
So the ballot initiative is pursuant to state statute would require a petition signed by electors in number to at least 25% of the electors who voted at the last preceding regular city election. I think the numbers from the last preceding election was 16,992, so it'd have to be 25% of that. Then the petition would be filed along with the proposed ordinance with the city clerk, and then the commission could either pass it as it was written without alteration within 20 days, or if it wasn't passed within 20 days, a special election could be called unless a regular city election was to be held anyway within 90 days. If a majority of the electorate voted to pass the ordinance, the vote would be binding and would not be able to be repealed or amended unless there was another vote by the electors, or if passed by the governing body, the ordinance has been in effect for 10 years. So that is the way it could get on the ballot.
This is Commissioner Bynum. I just want to clarify a couple of the items that you've shared. In an advisory election, were our county election commissioner willing to conduct it, it would still not be a binding election because it would be advisory. And is that similar to the vote we took perhaps 25 years ago when we put a vote on the ballot to simply state as a community that we were in support of gaming? Is that a similar advisory election?
Commissioner, in response to your first question, yes. Even if the election commissioner administered this election, the results would still simply be advisory. And I will defer to Chief Counsel on the question of the historical information because I'm not aware of that answer.
This is Misty Brown, Chief Counsel, and that is an excellent question, Commissioner Bynum, where you're definitely putting me through my paces tonight. The answer is I am not certain on that one. It sounds advisory, but if there was statutory authority in order to address that issue, then it's easier to put that on the ballot. On this particular issue, there is no statutory authority for it. So when speaking with our election officer today, he advised that he's not certain he legally could assist with this election. So I guess in sum, it is not an easy matter, as some would hope, that this item could make it to the ballot.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Bynum. In the second petition initiative, the ballot initiative, I am under the impression that what I'm hearing with regard to this is that this would be citizen driven and therefore outside the hands of the commission. We could not say tonight, for example, as the governing body, that this would go to a ballot initiative. That would be a citizen driven initiative. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
I'm going to wait because some of my questions are being answered. I'll go after Commissioner Townsend.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Townsend, District 1. I want to thank everyone who participated tonight, whatever their viewpoint was. This is a great example of the electoral and governmental process at work. I am going to have some questions that relate directly to what I am reading. You've heard several speakers say tonight that this has been something going on over the last 4 or 5 years, and it's had several iterations. So I'm looking at what is before us right now in terms of language, just so people understand. And you've heard the discussions that this ordinance really addresses 2 parts, one with enforcing or not enforcing federal immigration law and what our police can or can't do under this ordinance. And one of the things that I've heard tonight and over the years is that the impetus for this ordinance, one of the impetuses is that people feel safe and they will not hesitate to go to our police if they are in need of service, help, assistance, whatever that might be, for fear that they will be turned over to ICE. And I see our chief of police is with us tonight, or if there's any other person who might address this first question that I have with the first part of the ordinance, and that is, do we have any documentation to show how many times our police department has actually turned over people to ICE who have come to them for other help or for other reason? I think that would be something worth knowing. I'll share with you that I was concerned about, and this would be my concern with any ordinance, that there be an actual need that's being addressed by the ordinance, something that is happening. So for one, I don't know if this is happening, or if so, in what capacity, what numbers, how often. So that would be the first question I have with that part of the ordinance.
Hi, this is Chief Carl Oakman here, and I will try to answer your question. When the Safe and Welcoming initiative was started, once I became chief, I looked and tried to see there was 2 things I was trying to determine. One, if we've actually participated with ICE in any raids in the last couple of years, and I could not find anything that supports that, as well as I couldn't find anything where victims refuse to report crimes. However, that's something that as a police department, we actually wouldn't know. But I can tell you this, we don't have any issues with undocumented people coming forward to go through the U visa process where they have been victims of crimes. And in every one of those cases, they had made a police report and had went through the process. So like I said, that's kind of the unknown, but I can say as far as participating in ICE raids, we couldn't find any information where we've participated in them. And like I said, all of our U visa applications or individuals who are undocumented, who had reported crimes. So hopefully that can answer your question.
Okay, thank you, Chief. That gives me, some response and as to what to me sounds like one of the big concerns and the impetus for at least this section of the ordinance. You made mention of a U visa. Could you explain what that is? That might be something I want to talk about or have questions more when I actually talk about the section of the ordinance that talks about the documentation and issuing the ID. But since you brought it up, what is that?
That is a federal program where victims of who are not U.S. citizens or who are undocumented, if they are victims of crime, they can petition for a visa to stay in the country legally.
Okay.
And Commissioner, I want to add that
Go ahead.
our city prosecutors also issue U visas as well. And so we don't have a problem with the city prosecutors with undocumented immigrants applying for U visas in municipal court either.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to get too far off the beaten track, but since Chief brought it up, I wanted to make sure for anybody listening, including me, it was explained what it was. The other question I have with regard to the law enforcement segment of the ordinance as it's written, council, please jump in as appropriate. We're talking about KCK police. What is the sheriff's role? What is or why wasn't something more specific to the sheriff's department mentioned in this? Would they not be under the same concern by some of our citizens that members of our sheriff's department would go to ICE?
Commissioner, this is Susan Alig with the legal department. This is something that we did a lot of research and discussion on. I mentioned earlier that one of our legal concerns was with an earlier version was that we wanted to make sure that this ordinance doesn't exceed the authority of the commission. And our research showed that the sheriff is the elected official who can make policy for the sheriff's office. The board of commissioners is limited in the policy decisions that they can make that control the sheriff's office. So that is one reason why the sheriff's office is excluded from this ordinance. Additionally, we focused on city services, services that are under the control of the Board of County Commissioners. The ordinance doesn't control what happens, for example, in the Register of Deeds office or the courthouse, because we're only dealing with departments that are under the direct control of the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, I appreciate that distinction. And I do see Sheriff Sopcich is with us, so I wanted to give him the same opportunity if he wanted to take it to answer the question similarly that I asked of Chief Oakman, if there's any documentation that he could share with us about the sheriff's department involvement with rounding up residents and taking them to ICE, if you choose to share or have any stats on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. To the best of my knowledge, at least since 2009, when previous Sheriff Ash was in office, there has been no time when we've went to work with ICE in any type of raid or roundup, as you called it. And then, back to your other question, like Susan answered, the sheriff's office is governed by state statute, and since this is a municipal ordinance, it doesn't directly apply to the sheriff or my operation, and so that is a big distinction when it comes to this.
Okay, appreciate that. Well, let me move on to some questions that I had about the ID portion of the ordinance. And I think this was raised before, but just so I'm clear, we're calling it in the document that I'm looking at municipal ID. But it also says in the ordinance that a third-party contractor would actually do the work, so to speak. So what is the unified government's role? Are we backing, is this a city ID or not? Is it a municipal ID or what is it really?
Commissioner, it's considered a municipal ID. It's just that we are going to go through the RFP process to hire a third party to contract with that business or entity, which is going to be a 501c3, to run the program. So it's still going to be considered a municipal ID.
And okay, so we'll have a contractor. What, if any, oversight or regulation would this commission have, or the unified government, to tell that third party what to do, how to proceed with issuing the ID?
Well, usually the commission has no authority when we issue contracts under our RFPs. The county administrator would be the one to approve a contract.
So there would be a contract issued between this third party and the unified government.
That's correct. And it would have to comply with the terms that are included in the ordinance already. There would be additional terms in the contract, but it would also have to be consistent with the terms that are included in the ordinance.
Okay. I don't recall that I've heard anybody talk about money. Do we have any cost estimates or figures at all of what going through a third party to issue an ID would cost the unified government?
We conducted some research on how much it would cost to run internally. However, because we're trying to use a 501c3, the cost is supposed to be very little. They would be in charge of getting their own equipment, hiring their own personnel. And so the goal in going out to a third-party administrator who's a 501c3 was to minimize the cost. I can't tell you exactly how much it would be, but the goal was to make it very minimal.
Okay, and not trying to put you on the spot, but are we talking minimal, like $1,000 or $50,000? Do we have any way to know? And related to that, do we have any way to estimate how many people in the city may even take advantage of that? Because that might be a factor that would impact costs, possibly. But do we have any idea of how many people in our community might avail themselves of that? Is there a minimum age? Would this be for the 99-year-old and the 9-year-old?
Originally, this is for a broad population: juveniles, elderly, people who have recently got out of correctional facilities, the unsheltered population, although the unsheltered population has access to the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department ID program. And then, of course, the undocumented population. And so I really don't know. I don't have an accurate estimate to provide you. I don't want to provide any misleading information. So I don't have a great answer for you on how many people would avail themselves.
Okay, this might be a good time also. Thank you, Sheriff, for not leaving us yet. Between you and council, can you talk about what the difference would be in the program for IDs that are issued under Chief Oakman's department versus what we're considering tonight? What's the difference in who could use it and what's being issued?
Well, I can talk about our program. we've so far issued approximately 200 IDs. Our program was a minimal cost. We had to purchase a industrial printer and then the ID card. So we had minimal costs with our program. The difference is that our program is geared towards individuals who at one point had some form of ID, and through sometimes circumstances in life that put them in different situations, they no longer had access to those documents or able to obtain those documents. So through the police department and our vast network of databases, we were able to get them verified municipal IDs. And what our program does is put them on track to get a state ID. So within a year, they then qualify to get a state ID. So, and plus our IDs are verified through different information, verifiable information. So even with our IDs, there are some banks that are looking at using our IDs as valid identification. So we're in the process of getting in that direction. So really that's the difference. We have verification and it takes them on course to get a Kansas state ID, whereas the other program would not be part of that.
Well, when you say your program verifies it, we're not verifying who people are, who they say they are in this, because I'm thinking, why don't we just go to the police department? I know you don't want to hear that, but I'm really trying to understand the difference here.
Well, I think some of the arguments that we heard is that basically if they're undocumented and they go to the police department, we're going to call ICE and ICE is going to get them, which we wouldn't do. Just like with some of the unsheltered population, some of them do have minor warrants, and we don't take them to jail. We work with them and get them their ID. Community policing does an excellent job. It's our program. We've actually had people who've had Kansas driver's license that just wanted a municipal ID because they thought it was a cool thing to have. And we told them, no, you're not who we're trying to get ID'd, give them IDs. So like I said, our program is verified because we do have access to databases that do verify the information. I can't really comment on what a third party administrator would be able to do, because there are CJIS laws in each state where some personal information is not available to private entities.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Let me move on to kind of like the last questions I had about this. In reading the language of the proposed ordinance, it seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, Council, that there are two banks of types of documents that a resident could present to get a municipal ID. And in bank one, it's to establish proof of identity. It says to establish identity, an applicant should be required to produce one of the following documents. And then there are about 20 documents listed that the resident could come forward with. And I mean, it includes right off the top a U.S. or foreign passport, a U.S. state driver's license, state identification card, U.S. permanent resident card, consular identification. There are about 20 items here. So my first thought was, if someone has this, which they're going to need, why would they even bother to seek a municipal ID in the first place? That didn't make sense to me. If they are trying to alleviate or gain comfort, one of the examples used quite frequently tonight is a parent, loved one, grandparent, aunt, whoever that wanted to see their child in school. If you got one of these documents, which you would need to get the ID, why would you even worry about getting the ID? I'm kind of perplexed by that. Similarly, if you didn't have one of those 20, then you could present something that showed a current photograph and that had your name, the applicant's date of birth. There were about 18 items or pieces of documentation, including a birth certificate, Tribal Bureau of Indian Affairs, affidavit of birth. I mean, there are about 18 things here, some military base. Why would someone not use that and be comfortable with going forward in doing what they wanted to do in the community? I just didn't understand that.
Commissioner, I think some of that was addressed by the coalition. The proponents of the ID, I think would say, and I don't know if they're available right now, would say that having a city ID, even if they needed to use one of these other forms of ID to obtain the city ID, would make them feel more inclusive. If there were any services that required city ID within our unified government, they could use that rather than use one of these other documents that are listed in these two different categories.
Well, thank you. I guess I'm still perplexed that if someone has this information, and they're going to have some of it to even get the ID according to this ordinance, if you don't feel safe with that, I'm not sure how a municipal ID is going to help you. It requires trust on both sides for sure. So this is something I'm going to have to ponder. There are still quite a few unknowns here. I applaud what the goal is, to make everyone in the community safe. But in terms of why and some of the things that are the driving force behind this, like with what Chief Oatman said, I'm not sure there's a real basis for that. But I want everyone to feel welcome. This has been the case in Kansas City, Kansas, Wyandotte County for the last several years, certainly since I've been in office, the growing diversity in our community, which is a good thing. So thank you all, and thank you for those in the community and the coalition who are working to build a better Wyandotte County, and thanks to our legal team. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
May I have permission, Mayor, to promote Attorney Raymond Rico? He's an immigration attorney and could offer just some insight on the U visas, and I think he would offer some expertise given his professional experience.
Is he available?
That's what I'm told. Can somebody in the clerk's office let me know if he's available?
Can you repeat that name, Commissioner Davis?
Raymond Rico.
Is there Raymond Rico?
Yes, I'm
Raymond
available.
Rico?
This is Raymond
Can you
Rico.
answer that question?
Okay, so Mr. Rico, first, can you just obviously state your name and just your profession? What do you do for a living? I think that will speak to some of the professional experience that you could offer this commission.
Yes, my name is Raymond Rico. I am the owner of the law office of Raymond Rico on 14th and Central Avenue. I've been an immigration attorney practicing for the last 12 years here in the Wyandotte County area, representing many different clients that have requested U visas or police assistance. I keep the victim services unit of KCK PD very busy. I do focus quite a bit on the U visa.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so can you just tell me about the experience of well, first, can you define the U visa? I'm learning a lot here. What is that? And then what is the process by which someone would go about obtaining it?
The U visa was established in the early 2000s to assist those that have been victims of crimes, serious crimes, that have assisted the police or the prosecutors or the court system to bring the suspects, the perpetrators of crime to justice. Many people who have legalized under the U visa will be able to become residents of the country and remain in Wyandotte County. And yes, we have had great working relationships with the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. There have been some instances where those who have been victims of serious crimes either did not get responses previously, but I think with our new chief, we've seen a bit of a turnaround on that.
So to get clarity, in order to access the U visas, you have to be a victim of a serious crime. Do I have that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I just want everybody to know this. The access to this visa, you have to be a victim of the crime. So, Mr. Rico, in your experience, if someone wanted to obtain an ID through this visa and they were not a victim of the crime, would they still be able to get access?
No, there's no way. If you're not a victim of a crime, ultimately your case would be denied by the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, and there would be no way to get an ID.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Rico. Chief Oakman, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so can you concur the information that Mr. Rico is saying, that in order for you to get access to that visa, you have to be a victim of a crime?
Yes, yes, and we and it really. I know I heard you mention like the ID. Most of the time, they're not pursuing ID. They're pursuing that citizenship, that resident status through that offer that the U visa offers them. Oh. And correct, you have to be one. You have to report the crime. You have to be a victim of a serious crime, and then you have to cooperate with the investigation.
Okay, and how long, and Mr. Rico or Chief Folkman, you all can answer this, how long would it take to get that U visa?
It would take around 6 years currently, and you cannot get a state ID or any ID unless you get granted the U visa, because when you get granted a U visa, you are given a work permit, which is work authorization, which allows you to request with the DMV in the state of Kansas an ID.
Okay, so you have to be a victim first, and then go through that process, and then we're looking at roughly 6 years to obtain that. Okay, I don't have any more questions for you, Mr. Rico, but I appreciate you. Mr. Chief Oakman, does and forgive me if I'm being redundant, you all, it's been a long night. Does the police department, through their ID program, offer IDs to non-citizens? Right? And can you speak to that particular program?
No, that is for members who have had IDs at some point that had through life situations, have lost their documents, haven't been able to get their documents, and are not eligible to get a Kansas state ID. But we're able to verify the information. So it's usually geared towards our unhoused population. Are you there? Did I lose you?
Commissioner Davis? It looks like he may be having technical difficulties.
Okay, gotcha. Thank
Commissioner Davis?
Everybody hear me?
We can't hear you, Commissioner
Hello?
Davis.
Yeah,
We can hear you
everybody
now.
hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. Wanted to ask a question for our law enforcement personnel, so either Chief Oakman or Sheriff Sopcich. There's questions about the raids, but I want to ask about information, and I want to kind of provide some context to everyone. So I have sent an email out, and this is data from that's from ICE. And it has Wyandotte County Jail on it. And the state of Kansas is on it. And it says that 1,889 folks, right, have kind of come from the Wyandotte County Jail. So maybe this is just specifically a question for you, Sheriff Sopcich. Has any information been shared with ICE regarding immigration status?
So I don't know what report you ran or what you asked for. What I can tell you is our process, which is if somebody comes into the facility, we obviously run records checks. If somebody does have a judicial warrant through ICE, we will detain on that warrant, signed by a judge. If there is a hold and detain or notify by ICE, we will let them know the person's there, but we don't hold on those. Once the local charges, either state or municipal charges, have been satisfied and that person's been released, then we release them through our normal, bonding or release procedure.
Okay, so just to get some clarity there, right? There was a question on the raids and the answer was no, but when it comes to sharing information, the answer is yes. Do I have that correct?
We notify them if they're in custody, if there is a request, yes.
Okay, so if they're in custody and if there is a request. Now, I bring that up because, right, there's this question of why the non-ICE compliance, right? And there's this question of whether or not, deportations are happening. Thank you so much, Sheriff Sopcich. I don't think I have any other questions for you.
Sure.
So thank you for that. But I did you have, oh yeah. I just wanted to make sure that the commission and mayor, everyone knew about these facts, because when we are saying folks are scared to go to the police, right? These are some of the facts and these are some of the things that we are seeing, right? And let's put it in the perspective of folks that may not be familiar and may not be able to differentiate between, right? Oh, you're the city police or you are the county police, right? Sheriff, right? Or KCKPD, right? City. That the overall arching, right, idea of having to interact with law enforcement, given that ability, has created some discomfort. That's not to say that there hasn't been any collaboration. I just wanted to provide some evidence and some information that could help on this. I ran on Safe and Welcoming. If you are in the 8th District, this is no stranger. I did not hide about this. I was very, very frank, very, very open, very, very honest from the beginning. This is one of the top campaign issues that I ran on. In my social media posts, in my mailers, in my door hangers, I was very explicit on my intention. I had every intention to pass Safe and Welcoming. My district, right, has a multiple large and growing immigrant communities. They are not bringing a crime. There's no evidence that I have seen that our cities are more dangerous or that our county is more dangerous because of their mere presence. And I do not believe that this particular ordinance would add to that. I will also add Quindaro, Central Avenue, Strawberry Hill, and Argentine, among many others, right, are being revitalized by these very folks. I also want to add that there are cities like Lawrence, right, and Roland Park who have adopted similar measures, and no data, nothing that I can draw from those experiences. We actually got, just so the public will know, we got a email from a city council person on Roland Park who passed a similar measure saying this was great for their city. Not that this is deteriorating, this is actually better for their city. That is a peer city within our state that is saying the opposite of what some folks are saying. And so I want us to pass this. I will also say this: if you are not Native American, and you are not a descendant of enslaved Africans, your family migrated here. That is the absolute truth. Your family migrated here. So to say to some, we're going to put some process, and then to others, no, you cannot, is simply not fair. It is not fair. The last thing I will say, I would love, and I'll follow up on this. There was a comment that some woman made that made me very uncomfortable, Mayor. She had said that she was going to make calls and it wasn't going to be the public safety. In light of events like January 6th, to me, that is absolutely unacceptable. I don't know what she meant by that threat, but let me tell you what this commissioner will not do. We will not allow the guise or the masquerading of public comment to be an open invitation to threats, racism, or white supremacy. I will stand against that. We'll be following up with that, but she made those comments and no one said anything. And I do not feel comfortable, nor do I feel safe about nobody checking her on that, because that is absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. As I said before, we need to pass safe and welcoming. I hope that these questions have brought clarity on what we need to do. We cannot allow fear, racism, white supremacy, nativism, or ethnocentrism guide our principles for governing one of the most diverse counties per capita in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Davis. I wanted to circle back around to some of the comments, questions that Commissioner Townsend had put forward. One of the questions was, do we have a notion of how many people might avail themselves of such a municipal ID? And of course, we don't know an exact number, but there's a tracking mechanism. Migrationpolicy.org estimates that in Wyandotte County right now, there are approximately 14,000 undocumented adults. That's not factoring in the youth. So we have to factor in our young people. We have to factor in older adults that might need to secure a municipal ID in order to conduct some business. Those that are aging out of the foster system, those that are experiencing reentry. We did spend time with officials at the Salvation Army. I think over the summer, they were pretty enthusiastic about the municipal ID program, simply because of the many anecdotal stories they were telling about trying to, the efforts and lengths and number of trips that they made with their constituents trying to get them ID. So I think that number could factor upward of 30,000, potentially for seeking a municipal ID, whether all that could avail themselves of it would. We do not know that, but to me, that number could be between 14,000 upward when you factor in the other populations. Another question that had come up was if it's already in police general orders, what problem are we trying to solve? And I would say, not speaking for the coalition members, but speaking for those of us that tried diligently to work with them all this time, the ordinance codifies that and makes it into a law. So it takes it far beyond the general orders of the police department, in our opinion. And that's why we found it important to try to bring the ordinance forward. And then another question was, if I have access to all of these other forms of ID, why do I need a community ID? And my answer to that would just be, this brings a verifiable form of identification. This brings a uniform form of identification. This is an identification card that then is used. Our law enforcement knows what it is. Our Unified Government Health Department knows what it is. Our schools know what it is. We know that USD 500 has endorsed this measure. You know, businesses, certainly we don't dictate to them, but nonprofits, I do know that our mental health center has said that they would have no problem utilizing the community ID as a form of verified ID for services. There are many other nonprofit and cultural organizations that could then recognize and accept a uniform verifiable form of identification so that this ID card could be presented without question. Whereas, you know, any number of other forms of ID I might receive that at some job that I'm working out and have no idea whether it's real, not real. What is it supposed to be telling me about that individual? You know, some of the documents on the list cannot be used as ID. They can be used to help verify who a person is, but they are not photo ID, things like a utility bill. So I just kind of wanted to circle back around to that because those are fair questions. And they're questions that I don't think we took the time to address here tonight. So thank you, Mayor. I would also like to say that there's a motion on the table made by Commissioner Johnson quite a while back, and I'd like to make a second. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kane.
Thank you, Mayor. Can legal show that the deal out where it requires 25% for them? Does legal know what I'm talking about?
Yes, Commissioner, I'll get that right up.
Okay, where is it? All right, if this is such a good idea, I don't know why we wouldn't require them to go out and get the 25%, and which isn't that much. But while they're out there, they should be educating the community. What the people asked today, or a lot of them asked, and then asked for the last several days, is why can't we bring it to a ballot? So I don't know why we cannot require them to go get the 25%, and while they're out there educating the community. And as you saw, and as you read in some of these emails, and on both sides, they're passionate. But we're going to pass something that this group has been very aggressive. They gave staff a hard time, and then we're going to say, all right, well, you know, 3 or 4 commissioners think this is the greatest thing since sliced bread, but we're not going to require them to go out and get 25% of the signatures that it would take to put it on the ballot. So I guess I'm a little frustrated on that, and I don't support this. I wouldn't have ran on this. I didn't run on it. And talking to some of their members the other day, they made reference to multiple things that were untrue. So I question, not all, but some of the people that are pushing this, what are they really trying to do? This is what they're showing now. What are they going to try to show later? And I oppose this issue.
Thank you. Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites, District 7. Could you put the view of the lobby back up on the screen, please? So as I look out in this audience, and first off, I want to say thank you to everybody that's out there. Everybody, every one of them. Guess what? I can't tell you which one of you have an ID or which one of you don't have an ID or which one is undocumented. I have no idea. This is an issue that we have in Wyandotte County. And it bothers me to think that some folks are saying, you know, that it's an immigrant problem. My problem with it, we need everybody. We need everybody working together, and I'm glad for each and every one of you guys. My problem that I have is with the ordinance, is what I have a problem with. And I will tell you, I'm a newly elected commissioner and have been in office less than 60 days.
I unfortunately have not been brought up to speed regarding the safe and welcoming ordinance. I haven't been contacted by Safe and Welcoming. I wish I had, so that I could get more educated about this ordinance. So I'm not here to point fingers, but I wish somebody would have reached out. They hadn't. I went through a 3-day orientation, and this was never brought up. And an ordinance that affects all of us in this magnitude, I would have thought that this would have been something that I would have been brought up to speed on. So as others have mentioned, Commissioner Kane was one, that over the last several days, emails, calls, texts, you name it, have came in that have said that they were, quite frankly, unaware that this was even an ordinance that was going to be put on the agenda. Didn't know anything about it. So one thing that I wish would have happened is that we would have required, if we can require, I don't know if that's the right word, but that Safe and Welcoming did presentations out in all of Wyandotte County, even though that it doesn't affect Bonner Springs and Edwardsville. I represent a portion of Kansas City, Kansas also. And I see that there's folks that are saying, you know, how many times they've been out. I was not involved. I was not a commissioner at the time. So I understand. And I wish that we would have just been more informed about what was going on regarding Safe and Welcoming. And then I'll go back to what I had said before about when you go to the website and it says that a municipal ID, and this is on Safe and Welcoming's website, and I'll quote, a municipal ID is a form of identification issued by a city or county government, not a third-party 501c3 with no oversight that we're not able to go check, we're not able to validate. Quite frankly, they could just do these things and we not ever. So one of the things that I would like to ask legal is on section number 9 of the ordinance. And I won't read it, but if you could pull it up, could you explain to me what does that mean? I'm not an attorney, and I just would like to know what that language means.
I can
Commissioner,
pull it
this-
up. Which section was it? I'm sorry.
Section 9.
Section 9, yes.
I'll share my screen.
So is it in the event of litigation, or is it?
Section 9 is what I have.
This is Misty Brown, Chief Counsel. Yes, Casey, it is in the event of litigation, the unified government shall require the program administrator to defend against the disclosure of such information to the maximum extent possible under law. This protection shall extend to the municipal ID card application forms. Information contained on those forms are obtained through the ID card application process, to the list of individuals who hold or have applied for a municipal ID card, and to the fact that of any individual's participation in the ID card program. So Commissioner, this section is specifically limited to the third-party administrators and who would be issuing the card. And in the event that anyone had issued litigation in order to require that the records that were provided to get the ID be turned over, the ordinance would require the program administrator to basically raise a defense to not turn over those records.
Okay, so where it says that in the event litigation, the unified government shall require the program administrator? Or is that a legal function that we would be involved with? Or would we just say the administrator of the ID, this is your responsibility? Are we off of the hook if there's an issue with it, is what I'm asking.
That is the reason for putting it in this ordinance, Commissioner, and it's an excellent question. So typically when you do an RFP, we have standard terms and conditions that we include in our RFP, one of which is to indemnify the unified government. And this is putting it in there that would be a provision that would be included in our contract with the third-party administrator. So if one did try to do a core request to the unified government, those records would not be kept by the unified government. They would be kept by the third-party administrator. If a suit was issued, we'd be asking the third-party administrator to defend and indemnify the unified government. That would be clause within the contract. Further, we would ask them per this ordinance to defend against the disclosure of the records. So in essence, yes, this is the clause to take the unified government out of that situation.
Okay, thank you. And so does the third party administrator, are they required to hold documentation when an applicant comes in to seek a municipal ID? And how long do they hold it, and where is it kept, and for how long?
No, the ordinance does not speak to that, Commissioner. That is something when we were formulating how this would work, that would be up to the third-party administrator. What they would be required to do is to comply with the contract that would ultimately be issued by the unified government and to comply with the terms of this ordinance. But it is silent on how long they would keep their records and what they would do with them.
Okay. Again, my problem with this is that it is, again, a municipal ID that's not issued by a municipality. And if we are saying that folks can come to the police department to get this ID, and we've already had the chief of police say that they will not be subject to ICE being contacted, what would be the reason that maybe, and maybe the coalition could answer this, but what would be the reason that they wouldn't want to go that route? And then it is an actual, in my mind, when I say municipal ID, it came from a municipality. It's us that issued that ID.
Is there anyone in the audience that's available that represents the coalition that worked on proposing this ordinance in collaboration with the Unified Government's Legal Department that could answer briefly Commissioner Stites' question, specifically in the lobby?
I can't hear her.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So if I understand your question, why is it called a municipal ID when it is not given out by the city? Is that correct?
Well, a municipality, yes. And what is the what would be the opposition to having it issued by a municipality, the police department, other than a third party 501c3?
The reason is, and we've had extensive discussions with an organization, a nonprofit organization called Faith Action, which issues IDs. They call them community IDs, not municipal IDs. And they've done this in a number of communities across the country. These are very well accepted and they are recognized by municipalities. This is actually what the intention was in this ordinance, that it be a community ID. The reason why the coalition preferred this was because we felt that people who are in fear of the police would not go to the police to get an ID and turn over all their information. And they may also have a fear of going to the city government. So having a third party, which was under contract and had definitely stipulated conditions for how this was going to be issued, which some of which is in the ordinance and some of which would be in the contract with them, would be preferable in order to build trust. We feel very strongly that people, our undocumented community will not make use of a municipal or a community ID if we also don't pass the ICE non-compliance sections of the ordinance, because they would have fear that showing such an ID to a police officer could get them deported. And I have to say that we have instances of this which have happened in this city within the last 10 years.
And if you would stay up there, I'd appreciate it. Can you stay there?
Sure.
I didn't catch your name.
My name is Judy Ansell and I live in Argentine.
Okay, thank you. So with that being said, and I appreciate that answer, but if we are truly trying to build this safe and welcoming, wouldn't that be a great step forward that we build that trust with our police department by getting that ID through the police department? The ordinance says that you will not be contacted, that ICE will not be contacted for an ID regarding your immigration status.
Well, probably in the best of all possible worlds, that might be great. But we have a community with 14,000 undocumented people living among us who have a deep fear of the police and of reporting crimes. Even DA Mark Dupree has endorsed safe and welcoming because he knows that it's going to build trust in the police. So let's start this. If we get to a point where we have a community that looks at a policeman as their best friend, then maybe that might be a good thing to do. But we're not there yet by any means. We have so many people who fail to report crimes because of fear of the police.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So legal, I'd like to ask, so can the administrator of the ID, can they waive all criteria if they don't have any of the items listed that Commissioner Townsend referenced? Is there a mechanism for the administrating agency or 501c3 that they can waive the needed documents and receive an ID?
Well, the ordinance says one of the ways is to produce any other documentation that the administrating officer agency deems acceptable. In the second section for proof of residency, and that is also included in the first section for proof of identity.
So
the
answer would be yes then?
Well,
I mean,
we would construct a contract to protect the unified government, but also we have to comply with the terms that are already in the ordinance. So those two sections are fairly broad, as you have noted. And so as written, they could use any other documentation that they deem acceptable.
and does anyone else not see a problem with that? I mean, it's going to be up to a third party 501c3 with no government oversight at all. And we don't do spot checks. We don't do quality checks, that they can just, issue an ID that is not required on this list or any form of a documentation and issue an ID. I think that this ordinance needs to be looked at again and changes made to it and narrow that scope up. Another thing that I would like to point out is I know that we have heard tonight that there's not going to be this huge influx of people coming to Wyandotte County, good people or bad people, but immigrants. Does this ordinance prevent or prohibit that from happening at all? I mean, if people did just show up to get IDs, they could. Is that correct?
Commissioner, this is Misty Brown, Chief Counsel. So I believe your question is, could people come just to get an ID? And yes, folks could come into the community to get one of these IDs, and they would have to show one of the documents. And something you'd spoke about, we have two lists of documents. I think the first list, which Commissioner Townsend pointed out, are things that if you had that, you're in pretty good shape. And that's why you only had to get one of those. And then the second list of documents that one could provide, that you could take two or more documents when taken together. They would have to show a current photo of the applicant and their name and display a date of birth. And they can't be expired more than 10 years. So yes, there is a provision under that section that says any other document that the administrating agency deems acceptable. That was there to add some flexibility if they presented something that wasn't thought up by the group while we were drafting this, but still they would have to have two documents that taken together would show a photo, the date of birth, and their name. Establishing the proof of residency, it is a bit easier to do that. It's somewhat easy to get a pay stub that shows something or a bill to establish residency. And so in that regard, that yes, there is this other provision that allows them to come up with something else that may not have been anticipated in the ordinance to establish their residency. So knowing that they would have to provide something to establish residency and something to show their identification, at least with picture and their date of birth and name, folks could potentially move into our community to get the ID. Does that answer the question?
So are you saying that proof of residency is a requirement to get this municipal ID?
That is correct, sir.
Proof of residency in Wyandotte County?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, that answers that question. And Roland Park was mentioned earlier that they have enacted an ordinance similar to this or mirrors this. And would you be able to tell me who is the issuing ID party for Roland Park?
They don't have an ID component to their ordinance.
They don't.
They don't have a municipal ID component to their ordinance.
Okay. All right. So I will get to this by wrapping up by saying we have 8 law enforcement agencies within Wyandotte County. And we've talked about 2, the Sheriff's Department and the Police Department, Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. There's USD 500. There's Kansas City, Kansas Community College. There's Edwardsville. There's Bonner. There's Kansas Highway Patrol. There's KU Police. And there's also, I mentioned the Sheriff's Department. And nowhere in this ordinance at all does it address those agencies that work within Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas. How are they to address this? And are they accepting this ID? I know we were saying that unified government and Kansas City, Kansas Police Department is going to accept it, but have we reached out to these other agencies that will also be doing work within Kansas City, Kansas, in Wyandotte County, and see how they're handling this and if they will be accepting this ID?
Commissioner Misty Brown, Chief Counsel, again, they are not required to accept the ID. I do not know that anyone reached out to them to ask if they would be interested in accepting the ID component to it. Since this ordinance was restricted to unified government departments under the exclusive control of the commission, there is no requirements for these other entities to accept it.
Okay, I think that's all I have for right now, and I wish that this ID was issued by a municipality and not a 501c3. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to let some of my colleagues make some comments, but I will make some. I share Commissioner Stites' frustration at this. In early December of last year, I went on record and stated my position that I didn't believe we'd done a sufficient job of community outreach regarding the specifics of the new stormwater fee structure that was about to be voted on. Now, those who were in the know at that time protested. We'd done lots of public meetings. I disagreed then, and I disagree now. I think we could have and we should have done more. Having said that, I'm generally in favor of this ordinance, as frankly, it is pretty benign and it simply codifies current practice, which has not resulted in our local agencies calling federal immigration authorities in the last few years, at least by their report. But Commissioner Stites brought up one other thing that I've been concerned about from the very beginning. If you take the Metropolitan Statistical Area, the MSA, as defined by the Mid-America Regional Council, there's 9 counties and 119 cities in that MSA. And I hope we're not selling a false promise that this noncompliance in Kansas City, Kansas, and this ID in Kansas City, Kansas is going to carry any weight in any of the other 8 counties or any of the other 118 cities in the MSA. The thing that I keep at this point in time, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I yield my time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burrough.
Thank you, Mayor, but I do believe Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Townsend had their hands up, or at least Commissioner Johnson's had his hand up for a while. I'll wait my turn, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Well, Commissioner Commissioner Burrough, I was going to respectfully ask for the vote. We have a motion and a second, and I was going to respectfully ask you, Mayor, for a vote.
Well, if that's the case, then Commissioner Burroughs at-large District 2, I believe we had an opportunity, Mayor. I really find this process a little cumbersome this evening in the fact that we had a motion and a second, time for discussion. Then we went back to the audience, and 2 of the members that were asked to speak were pro the ordinance. And that is something that I have very rarely seen, if I've ever seen it. We don't do that under Robert's rules that I've been associated to. But that aside, if we're going to allow discussion, then I think we ought to have at least 2 members that are opposed to the ordinance have an opportunity to speak in reference to what they find offensive in reference to the ordinance. And we've been very kind about the rhetoric, but one of the commissioners found some language was pretty offensive. number of the emails I've received from both sides have been pretty offensive, and I've refused to respond to almost every one of them. They've gotten very inflamed, name calling, racist, race baiting, and that's the sad part of this discussion. So those that appeared here tonight, I want to thank you for the comments you've made and the conduct in which you've handled this discussion this evening. Not until it was made by a commissioner, the comments that were made about white supremacy, did racism become an issue. And that is not what this discussion should be about. This is about a lawful ordinance requested by multiple groups of people of all colors and ethnicities in our community. That comment was out of line. I want to go on record as saying it was out of line, and I'm embarrassed that someone would raise that issue to that extent when we've had quality discussion and professional discussion throughout the evening. And if somebody finds something offensive, then they should deal with the individual and talk about it. Anyway, Mayor, I would just like to say that we're asking for an ordinance when it's been stated all night long that our law enforcement hasn't been doing this. But yet there's a group of people that say they don't trust them not to do it. The law enforcement has come out publicly to this community with an olive branch saying, we have not continued to do this. But yet that's not good enough. That's not good enough yet to build the trust. We have a 501c3, which we will take their word that everything is above board, no malfeasance, no opportunity in which to print false documents or retain information that might be sold to a second market for marketing experiences. We don't know. We don't know what that RFP is once it gets into a person's hands. And I'm not going to go back through this ordinance. I've got about 15 things within this ordinance that I'd like to talk to legal about. But for all practical purposes, I would just state that we are going to have expenses with this ordinance when presently we don't have expenses. We have ID possibilities. We know they're out there. And our community is one that many of us live here by choice. And when I hear people coming from other communities coming in here and putting comments on social media that belittles our community leaders, and yet they hold their hand out and come to the very commission requesting funding for those organizations that they run, I find that a little hypocritical. But let's get to the real issue here. The real issue is we've had an opportunity to educate the entire community of Kansas City, Kansas, in reference to safe and welcoming. I represent, as a commissioner at large, the entire community. And I have heard overwhelmingly through a larger portion of this community out in the West that they had very little knowledge, any knowledge, about this information. And this goes back to Commissioner McKiernan's comments about the stormwater and wastewater issues. That is an issue that's been out there a while, but many of us are not privy to all the information or any information at times. It is right and just to have meetings like this that are tough to have. And we are a better community for it. But name calling, race baiting, hate is what has started this. And I felt tonight there was a few moments that we contributed to that. And that disappoints me greatly. I love this community. I love the fact that people are passionate about their positions. And if you would have asked me 3 years ago where I was on this issue with the municipal ID, you would have had my support. But after the comments I've heard, and after the actions I've seen by outside entities coming into our community, the comments that have been made by both sides, Mayor, I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a substitute motion that we table this issue for 90 days And if those that want a municipal ID and this ordinance passed, want it passed, get out in the community, hold meetings in every commissioner's district and have that public discussion. So Mayor, I'm moving a substitute motion to table the issue this evening.
Thank you, Commissioner. Your motion is noted. And
I seconded that motion, Mayor.
duly noted. Thank you, Commissioner Kane.
What does duly noted mean, Mayor?
I'm going to circle back to you. Commissioner Burrows, you had a question in regards to the equity or fairness in getting the response from the proponent in the audience in the lobby. That proponent was only allowed to be come forward at the request of Commissioner Stites in regards to a specific question he had. Otherwise, that would not have been allowed. If you have a question with a opponent of someone in the crowd that you would like to pose a question to, you're more than welcome to make that question in all fairness at this time.
Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing that fairness. I do believe Commissioner Davis also requested a proponent of the program with Mr. Rojas, whatever his name. I'm sorry, I don't want to get the name wrong. I wrote his name down. The gentleman, Raymond Rico.
Yes, the attorney.
So there were two individuals that were asked questions that were supportive of the issue. Mayor, in most instances, when there's been a motion made and it goes to discussion, public discussion is finished. We've had their opportunities. What we have done is kind of tainted this discussion this evening in one direction. And that's why I'm asking, Mayor, that we table it and have an opportunity to have the community weigh in by having a community-wide effort to get those that support safe and welcoming out into the community and educate some of those that may be opposed, and some of those that are opposed may be able to help guide some of the commission in finding a way to make this ordinance work that they find some comfort level with. That's my motion, Mayor, and that's why I stated it. And I do appreciate your olive branch for fairness, Mayor.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'm going to wrap this up with the remaining questions of, I believe we have 3 commissioners. And then I will get back to entertaining motions. So I believe that Commissioner Ramirez had a question.
Thank you, Mayor. It's more so for the municipal ID. I know several commissioners have had questions. Other community members have had questions about the enforcement mechanism or our ability to oversee or provide any oversight on this. In section 1, the unified government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas shall promulgate all rules necessary to effectuate the purposes of the municipal ID card program. Second section, that organization, which is the program administrator, shall follow all rules promulgated by the unified government for the operations of the program. When it mentions the unified government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, does that include the county administrator's office?
Misty Brown, Chief Counsel. Yes, it does, Commissioner.
Okay, and within our charter, the county administrator, or in our instance, the interim county administrator, by our charter, has full authority on contracts and RFPs. If we as a commission want to provide some form of oversight, let's provide that opinions to the administrator, as if this passes, that during the negotiation of the contract, she can provide and negotiate some form of oversight, what it shall be. It's up to the administrator, but we can provide her some direction in that manner if that is what the commission chooses. Because we don't have that ability. That is the administrator's prerogative. But there are mechanisms for us to provide that oversight. And so I just ask that we keep that in mind, that that is a possibility. Just us as a commission, provide direction to the administrator, as that is our job. She follows what we direct, our policy directions to her, and that could definitely be one. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Keep it brief. This is for council. Maybe I overlooked it. Is there a stipulation with regard to renewal of the IDs that have been issued? And by that, I mean, will someone every 5 years or upon the, let's say they move, so that the information shown on the ID is kept current at any particular time? The other question is, and this may be for the state because the state controls driver's licenses. Is there any restriction on using these as proof of residency or who you are? This kind of goes back to issues that Commissioner Stites raised. So those are the two. And last thing, I will need clarification on the two motions because we've got two motions on the floor. Thank you very much to all.
Misty Brown, Chief Counsel again. So Commissioner, that is a good question about the renewal. No, the ordinance is silent on anything regarding the renewal of the municipal ID. This is something that we would expect the program administrator to take care of, but I think it's a fair question. I'm glad you've asked it. Regarding using this ID for proof of residency, no one other than unified government departments would be required to accept it to show residency. So, if the state chose to accept it to prove residency, they could, but there's nothing that's going to require that. And regarding, if I've answered your questions, I could move forward on the clarification on the two motions that we have on the floor.
Please do.
Okay. So we started with a motion to approve by Commissioner Johnson, which was seconded by Commissioner Bynum. And Commissioner Burrough has come in and ask for a substitute, made a substitute motion seconded by Kane in order to defer this matter for 90 days and to have additional meetings and discussions in the community about this matter. Commissioner Burrough, if I'm misstating it, please correct me on that. Regarding the provisions for the substitute motion, a substitute motion is allowed as long as it's not being done to confuse the issue, which on this one, I do not believe it is. And if it's not directly contrary to the original motion. Looking at this, we have a motion to approve on the floor, and then we have a motion to defer it. I do not believe a deferral is directly contrary to the motion to approve. So unless there's further discussion on it, the next steps would be, if it came to a vote, is there would be a vote on the substitute motion to defer it. I would know that the rules of procedure, section 718 talks about disposition of matters without action, which would mean we are going to dispose of a matter that's on the agenda without actually voting it up or down. And it does limit that a motion to defer, which is debatable, is not to exceed a 4-week time period. So a motion to defer this could not be for 90 days without suspending the rules of procedure. It could be for a maximum of 4 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Council. Commissioner Davis.
Oh, I don't mean to add any more comment there. Thank you.
Commissioner Stites, did you have one last brief comment?
I don't know if it's my last one or brief, but what I would say is that, so I'm not in favor of voting or approving an ordinance and then writing the rules later. If we're going to change what happens regarding this ordinance. I think that it needs to be done and before we vote on it, not approve it and then come back with the rules. For example, just what we were talking about on the oversight, and does the interim county administrator, we can give her suggestions of what we would like to see. Why can we not just go ahead and put that into the ordinance, and then it's done and it's clear for everyone out there, not to be at the discretion of a county administrator. So I think that anything that we vote on needs to be in the four corners of this contract and not later on.
Got a question on procedure. Thank you, Commissioner Stites. Question on procedure from Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Commissioner Burroughs's motion can only go for 4 weeks, you said, not 90 days.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. So then he would need to amend his substitute motion. Correct.
Well,
To reflect that. Because his original substitute motion was to defer for 90 days, but we, by our rules, we cannot. So he would have to amend his substitute motion to stay within the 4-week timeframe. That is in our rules.
That's correct, Commissioner. He could amend his motion, or I would almost call it, he could correct his motion to do 4 weeks. And also we would have to then get the Commissioner Kane's approval as well, since he seconded the original motion. So this is I need to note that this is a rule of procedure that we have not typically utilized, and that we've had items deferred before. They just haven't always specified the time period, but the rules of procedure do state that it's a 4-week period. So based on what you're saying, before we proceeded on the vote for the substitute motion, it would be appropriate to ask Commissioner Burrows to speak on it and Commissioner Kane to agree that his second would be for a 4-week deferral.
Commissioner Kane, I would agree with 4 weeks.
That gives for a whole month to do education as what some commissioners are wanting. I just asked to those commissioners, is a month enough for us to go out into the entire community?
Does that conclude your comment, Commissioner Ramirez?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Burrows, in light of that information, you made a motion that extended beyond the legal ability based on the rules of procedure. Would you like to amend that motion?
Mayor, thank you. Usually there's 3 processes involved. You can table a motion to table, which is just lays the bill on the table. Then there's a motion to table to date certain, which then we would agree on what date we would want to bring it off of the table. And when you do make a motion to just straight table, it can be brought up at any time by another commissioner, and the commission would then vote to either take it off the table or again leave it on the table. If my second supports the 4-week, Mayor, it is my intent this evening. There's been a tremendous amount of passion pleased this evening in reference to this issue. Overwhelmingly, I have received communications that areas of the community knew very little or anything about this issue. Education is key, and we can take this issue up in 30 days. If the commission that it chooses to go 30 days, that's fine. I would like to see a commitment from those that support safe and welcoming to go out to each commissioner's district and hold an educational event. and not just show up with one or two people, but go out and post it and communicate to the community. Come listen to what Safe and Welcoming is. And I would like to see it done in the evenings or on a weekend when most people can show up. And if we're going to spend resources and time and energy on this issue, it is a public issue of great magnitude on both sides. And I respect the passion of both. And so if my second is willing to go 30 days, I'll support and change my motion, Mayor, to the 30-day time limit within the rules.
Commissioner Mike Kane, I can adjust my amendment to 30 days. My second.
Thank you. I'm going to move this proceeding forward in the interest of time. I just want to say that this issue has been in the public arena for 5 years. I can list, and I'm going to name several organizations, including Central Avenue Betterment Association, Avenue of Life, it has already spoken, ACLU of Kansas, Advocates for Immigration Rights and Reconciliation, American Immigration Lawyers Association, Amnesty International, the Kansas City Chapter Local 115, Community Health Council of Wyandotte County, Cross Border Network, El Centro Inc., Grandview Park Presbyterian Church, Immigration Justice Advocate Movement, IJAM, Indefensible KC, Kansas Appleseed Center for Law and Justice Inc., Kansas State Conference of the NAACP, Mainstream Coalition, Metro Organizations for Racial and Economic Equity, More Too, Sister Therese Banghart, Vibrant Health Wyandotte. This issue has been in the public arena for 5 years. I found out about this. The information has been out there. Unified Government staff has worked diligently and tirelessly with these groups, not only to get the information out, which they've done an awesome job doing, but also to come to, and everybody didn't get what they wanted, but to come to something that everybody could agree on. I've allowed an unprecedented amount of time to have a robust discussion and debate about this. We cannot continue, in my opinion, to keep kicking this can down the road when the information has been out there for 5 years. I respect every commissioner, and I respect the motions presented by Commissioner Burrough and Commissioner Kane. And I'm going to move that forward. But before this commission votes, remember, this has been out here for 5 years. I campaigned to bring this issue forward. I stand by that. Here we are today. So it should be no secret to anybody in Wyandotte County when other people outside of Wyandotte County knew this was an item of interest and great concern for the people of Wyandotte County. I say that respectfully. And there's a motion, clerk, and a second by Commissioner Burrough and Commissioner Kane. Roll call.
Mayor, if I may.
Johnson has his hand up.
At this point, I'm going to go ahead and entertain these motions.
Just to Chief Counsel to make sure we're voting on the second that was updated.
Yeah, the motion that is on the floor now is to a substitute motion to defer this item for 4 weeks.
Thank you. Roll call. Davis.
No.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrough.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
No.
Ramirez.
No.
Johnson.
No.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
No.
Stites.
Aye.
5-5. Counselor, correct me if I'm wrong. Mayor Garner needs to vote.
That is correct.
Mayor Garner.
To break this tie, no.
6-5.
Now that the substitute motion has not passed, you have the original motion to approve that was seconded that is on the floor.
Before we get to that, I'd like to make my statements in regard to the original motion presented by Commissioner Johnson and seconded by Commissioner Bynum. Again, I made a commitment to this community that I would not sit on this and I would bring it forward. We owe it to the people of Wyandotte County that we make these hard decisions. And I appreciate everybody that was involved in this debate. When I looked at this initiative, I seen it as something that would foster unity, opportunity, and hope in Wyandotte County, especially being the most diverse community or one of the most diverse communities in the United States. I'm going to ask the clerk to read the tenements of or the basis spirit of the Safe and Welcoming Act.
Thank you, Mayor. An ordinance relating to creating the Safe and Welcoming City Act, Chapter 18, adding sections 18 through 162 through 168 to the Code of Ordinances for the Unified Government of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas. Whereas Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas are an inclusive community that values immigrants and the diversity they bring to our cultural fabric, economic growth, and global competitiveness. And whereas the unified government is committed to building a welcoming and neighborly atmosphere in our community where all people, including immigrants, are accepted and able to access all unified government services regardless of their immigration status. And whereas the unified government recognizes and upholds the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution, guaranteeing the right to all persons to due process and protection against unreasonable searches and seizures, and is committed to upholding those rights for all, even when presented with illegal or improper orders from federal agencies. And whereas the unified government recognizes that under the 10th Amendment of the United States Constitution, states and local governments have the right to be free from mandates or financial obligation to perform the duties of the federal government or to be threatened or coerced to do so by withholding federal funding. And whereas residents need to feel safe and protected by law enforcement when they seek services and that they will not be exposed to immigration enforcement. And whereas the unified government recognizes that this safe and welcoming ordinance is necessary to build a community for all residents without regard to age, race, national origin, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, disability, or immigration, housing, or financial status. And whereas many residents of Wyandotte County, including the elderly and indigent, the homeless, and the immigrant, as well as youth, especially those leaving foster care and ex-offenders, lack photo IDs, making it very difficult for them to conduct normal daily activities.
Thank you. I just want to say we're a united Wyandotte County and we're a united community. I care about people. I believe that this commission cares about people. I believe that most people in Wyandotte County care about anyone that wants to call Wyandotte County home. And that's a message of love that we need to have for one another in Wyandotte County because we are a unified community. No one should be left behind when we talk about people and people's lives. No one should be disenfranchised or feel that they're being disenfranchised in Wyandotte County, especially those that want to call Wyandotte County home. There was a statement written at the founding of this great country that we call the United States of America that said, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." My opinion is passing this ordinance is the right thing to do, not just for Wyandotte County, but it's the right thing to do for people's lives. I strongly support and stand behind this safe and welcoming proposal. And I ask that my commissioners follow me and join me and reflect that in their vote tonight. Clerk, if you would, give me a roll call on the motion presented by Commissioner Johnson and a second by Commissioner Bynum. Thank you.
Roll call. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrough. No.
Townsend.
No.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane.
I will not follow you on this. answer is a definite no.
Markley. Commissioner Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
No.
Vote is 6-4, that motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to our regular consent agenda. Does any member of the commission or county administrator wish to set aside any item on the regular consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the regular consent agenda will be voted on by one vote.
Mayor.
I believe there was an item.
There was item number 4, the approval of the honorary street sign for Dr. Bernard Johnson was requested to be set aside.
Thank you. Outside of that set aside item, I'll entertain motion for approval of the regular consent agenda.
I've raised my hand, Mayor.
I'm sorry.
I want to take off consent agenda item number 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologize for that. Clerk, which items have been removed?
Item number 4 is tracking number 211237, the approval of the honorary street sign. Item number 7 is an ordinance for conversion therapy, which is item number 211240.
Thank you. Outside of those two items, I'll entertain a motion for approval of the regular remaining items on the consent agenda.
Commissioner Bynum, so move.
Markley, second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
It was 10-0, that motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to the set aside items. I ask the clerk to provide the set aside items, number and information.
Item number 4, approval of honorary street sign for Dr. Bernard Johnson, tracking number 211237.
I'll recognize who set aside the item. I believe that was on my behalf.
It was, sir.
I have a comment that that reflects the support of that street sign, and I'm going to move to see if there are any comments or questions in that regard.
We do have Commissioner Johnson. I also believe we have Dr. Bernard Johnson still in the lobby.
Okay, we will start with Dr. Bernard Johnson.
So much, our beloved mayor, and to all of the commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I want to just say it's quite an honor to be here. I've had a lot of things happen to me in my life, but I consider this probably the greatest honor I've ever received. Most people are dead and gone when this happens, but I want to just thank our mayor and all of you commissioners for even considering this for little me. I appreciate it very, very, very much. My mother taught me that if you can just say thank you, I may not have all the flowery words like a beautiful woman, but when I just say thank you, it comes from my heart. You know, I realize I'm standing on the shoulders of the people here in Wyandotte County. I take pride in that. I was born here in Wyandotte County. And I know Kansas City, Missouri, they have the jazz legend Charlie Parker, who was born in Kansas City, Missouri, and they alert that many times. But I was born here in Kansas City, Kansas, in many places around the world. And if I've done anything, I've been standing on your shoulders. Yes, I went to, after being born here, I went to Dunbar Elementary School and Northeast Junior High School in Sumner. And I left here and went to Texas to become the first Black to get my doctorate degree from the largest seminary in the world, but I'm still standing on your shoulders. A lot of things have happened to me. I just came to say thank you. They told me I could have done it virtually, but I wanted to be present to just say to you, I appreciate it. Much obliged. I know that's from the country, but I might be a country boy, but I appreciate it very, very much. And I can say, I think every time we give the address of our church and say 2955 Cessna, people want to know, where is Sister? They never heard of Sister. And I don't even know the background of it too well, but I'll tell you one thing, if I do bring anything to the table, I try, I think a street name change, I would welcome it very, very much. And I think it would probably give some notoriety to where Cessna is in the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years or whatever. And so I'd like to came to show you that I'm supporting this. Thank Mr. Jeff Fisher, who suggested this, and along with Reverend Melvin E. Brown. And thank you, Mayor. You came out to our church, looked us over, and I appreciated that very, very much. And all you commissioners, got to mention Commissioner Johnson, because that's my namesake. And I appreciate all of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Thank you, Pastor. Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, Mayor, and for the reason that Dr. Johnson has already laid out, I ask if I may be recused from voting.
Yes.
Kane, motion to approve.
Second, Ramirez.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Can I get a roll call?
Roll call. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrough.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Vote is 9-0. That motion carries.
That takes us to the second item that was set aside. I'll ask the clerk to provide the set aside item information.
Thank you, Mayor. Second set aside is item number 7, the ordinance for conversion therapy prohibition, item number 211240, sir.
Thank you. I'll recognize at this time individual, I believe that was Commissioner Kane, that set aside the item for
Thank you,
comments.
Mayor. I've never done this before, but I want to send it back to the standing committee so I can better educate myself on this issue and get some input from some others that are concerned about this. So I would like to send this back to the standing committee.
Kiernan, second.
Okay. Are there any comments or questions? Okay. There is a motion and a second to send it back to the standing committee. I'll entertain a roll call.
Roll call. Davis.
No.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrough.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye, and Mayor, may I have a vote explanation at the end?
Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson again.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Vote is 9-1. That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to quickly explain my vote. And to the community members who are listening, I know I brought this forward. I fought 2 years or since I've been elected to get this on the agenda. And I will agree that I had not done my part in educating. Now we're talking about education tonight. And so this is a topic that we had not had much discussion other than being brought to committee and going forward. So that is why I want the community members to not think that I don't support this. I completely do. I wouldn't have fought 2 years for it, but as we have heard tonight, we need to do some education. And I pledge to those community members, I pledge tonight that this ordinance will be back before the commission. But I agree with Commissioner Kane that we need to do some education. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have an item under the public agenda. Item number 1, public hearing Legends 267. Our public hearing item is regarding the proposed issuance of industrial revenue bonds to finance the cost of acquiring, constructing, improving, and equipping 267-unit commercial multifamily facility located generally adjacent to the Legends Shopping Center on the south side of Parallel Parkway, east of 110th Street. I'll ask Catherine Carter, our Economic Development Director, to make some opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Catherine Carter, Director of Economic Development. This is an item that came before the commission back on, March 11th of 2021. Nothing has changed about this project. The fee schedule, the amenities, the number of units. This is just for those that were not part of the commission at that time. This is a apartment complex that is at the corner of Village West Parkway and Parallel Parkway. It is providing a number of amenities for the public, including 350 public parking spaces that will be connected to the current parking garage that is out at the Legends currently, as well as a apartment complex on top of the parking garage that will have 267 units and additional parking spaces for that garage. There was a process by which we did what's called a certainty industrial revenue bond. What that means is we estimated what that the projected value of each unit would be, in this case, $65,000 per unit, and what that property tax would be per unit to come up with that fee that they would pay annually. And that has not changed. The UG will collect just approximately $3.7 million in payments in lieu of taxes over 10 years. Now you ask, why are we here then? The answer is because the actual project cost has changed. So it's gone up approximately $10 million. The only reason, again, I mentioned that the actual unit value has not changed. So this has not changed anything about speaking with our appraiser, kind of what they will appraise the property for. The increase in, and again, no difference in the actual materials or anything like that, no material difference. The only thing that has changed is purely the cost of materials due to the labor shortages, also the kind of delay in some labor. So supply chain shortages, labor shortages, and increased material costs have increased that price. From that 54, we had a bond. This is the resolution of intent to issue bonds, previously not to exceed 54 million. Now we're moving that, requesting a move to 65 million. Again, this is not, as in industrial revenue bonds, the unified government is not fronting any of this money. This is 100% the financing mechanism by which the developer will buy those bonds. We are just purely the pass-through, which is what this resolution is requesting tonight. So happy to answer any questions. I know the developer is also here if there are any additional questions that he could answer. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now open the public hearing and ask the clerk if he received any notification from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item.
No comments were received by the clerk.
Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item? If so, please raise your hand to be recognized once you've been acknowledged. We ask that you provide your name and city of residence for the record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments. Clerk?
We do have one comment in the attendees section.
Is there someone you can speak?
Just Mr. Mayor, my name is Aaron March. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Rouse, Fretz, White, Goss here today on behalf of the applicant. Once again, we're proud of this project and have enjoyed working with city staff, and we're happy to answer any questions which you might have about this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone joining us in the lobby who would like to speak in favor? If so, please raise your hand to be acknowledged. Once acknowledged, you may state your name and city of residence for the record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments. Clerk?
Seeing none.
Ask the clerk if they received any notification from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition.
No comments were received, Mayor.
Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition to this item? If so, please raise your hand to be recognized. Once you've been acknowledged, we will ask you to provide your name and city of residence for the record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments. Clerk?
Seeing none, Mayor.
Is there anyone joining us in the lobby who would like to speak in opposition? If so, please raise your hand to be acknowledged. Once acknowledged, you may state your name and city of residency for the record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments. Clerk?
Seeing none as well, Mayor.
I will close the public hearing. Do any members of the commission have any questions or comments?
Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, Catherine, and I forgot the name of the developer that we have. If you all would just indulge me for a bit. Catherine, can you explain what IRBs are just to the public so we have kind of basic knowledge?
Yes, happy to. So industrial revenue bonds is a tool by which the project actually kind of uses the unified government's tax exemption status. So the way that this basically works is that the developer or project owner purchases. We bring forward as staff a resolution of intent for the commission to issue bonds. In this case, the $65 million. That's the total project cost. Then the project is actually built, and then the developer then purchases the bonds kind of through, again, kind of we're kind of a pass through the unified government. In that way, we provide them with the tax exempt status. So they are technically, and stick with me here, technically paying zero property taxes. However, functionally, they're paying full property taxes. So what we do is, as I mentioned, we determine what we believe that unit, each unit would be that value, work with the appraiser on that, and then figure out what that cost would be. We put together a schedule. I can bring that up on the screen if that's desired. And with that schedule, that provides certainty. And that's really the primary benefit is the certainty for both the developer, because they can look at their pro forma and know exactly to the penny what they are paying in taxes every year for the next 10 years. Again, it's a payment in lieu of taxes, but functionally a tax or property tax. And then also a benefit to the unified government, as we can look in our revenue models and know exactly, again, what is coming to us for that next 10 years without getting, BOTA involved and that kind of thing. Is that helpful?
Gotcha. Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that. I just want us to kind of know what's going on here. And even with those payment in lieu of taxes, again, we're not referencing BPU, we're talking about this, right? Those payments aren't necessarily subject to kind of the market rate or kind of the full property taxes that they would pay right, if that certain deal was not there, right, because there is a fee schedule. So it's different than what, myself as a homeowner or what others would pay, right, for property taxes, correct?
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
they will be paying, starting their first year, over $350,000. And this is a piece of property that we are currently receiving next to nothing in terms of property taxes. So this will be a significant benefit to the unified government.
Okay. And this development, will they be paying full BPU payments for utilities as well?
Yes.
Okay, so they will be paying BPU. There are local women and minority requirements attached to those payment in lieu of tax payments, correct?
There are indeed.
Okay.
And so far we have this, just so you know, this, so this project is already underway. The garage is almost complete. If anyone drives by, you'll see kind of, they're almost done, and anticipating to start the apartments here in about a month or two. And I have had meetings with Sharon Reed of our procurement department pretty much every month since they started. So it's been almost a year, and we've been tracking those LMW goals, and they've been doing very well in that regard. So.
Okay, gotcha. Are there any other community benefits beyond the payment in lieu of taxes?
So a big one is that the over half of the parking garage actually will be public parking. So free and public parking for the Legends. And so the way that they're doing it is they'll actually be connected to the current parking garage, as well as you can enter the normal way you would enter a parking garage. And then they will have kind of the first few floors or first, portion will be free and open to the public. Then there will be a gate, and the remainder will be the reserved spots for the residents. So that's a pretty significant one. But then, yeah, I would certainly say all the taxes that they will be paying, as well as this is 267 units. So a minimum of 267 people, I'm sure more than that, who will be living literally steps from the Legends. So that is restaurants, stores, that is the type of thing that when we're looking for very consistent sales in that area, having residents out there is invaluable, because that really draws kind of that every single day, sales tax that we look for.
Okay. And you brought up the units. Now and I guess the developer or whoever will be the landlord could also answer this. Will you all be accepting housing vouchers? And the reason why I say that is because we are in the middle of a housing crisis, affordable housing crisis. And as someone that's going to kind of kick off this committee, and we've been having questions about using ARPA dollars, I'm a little uncomfortable with kind of giving over these tax incentives, right, and these tools without getting some help on solving this housing crisis that we have here in Wyandotte County. So will you all be accepting any affordable housing vouchers within 267 units? And Catherine or whoever is on can answer my question.
Seeing if their attorney wants to answer, Mr. March. There's a hand. It looks like you're unmuted.
Thank you. In all candor, this is an issue that is coming up for the first time to us tonight. So I don't know that we have thought one way or the other. And now that it has come up, we can look at it and get smarter on the issue. That's about as honest and direct as I can be, rather than make something up and be wrong.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate you. My assumption is that this was passed prior to me being inaugurated, and so nice to meet you virtually, Mr. March. But these are some of the what I would consider upstream issues that this commission needs to consider when we are going to give over these large tax incentives, and they're going to be to large housing developments, but we're not going to have conversations on whether or not they're going to accept housing vouchers. That is a grave concern. And if you all have not had time to at least process that or really think through how that would go into your development, and then we're about to give you $65 million in IRBs, Mayor, Commission, I think sending this back, given the recently, newly elected folks that are on there, myself, Mr. Stites, letting us get our eyes on it, our community's focus on housing issues and kind of looking at the available options and then giving the developer the chance to really work with us to really renegotiate this contract and kind of codify some of these efforts. Now, if that's not doable, that's not doable. But at the very least, I would like to have that conversation before we go ahead and grant these $65 million in IRBs. Thank you, Mayor.
So, Mr. Commissioner, if I could respond.
Yeah.
We have all of our financing, all of our private financing is in place. We are spending the $65 million. The $54 million in IRBs has already been approved. So our pro forma is based upon receiving rents at whatever level. And if there is capacity to integrate a voucher program, this developer has worked tremendously well with the city and with staff, and we would ask that you approve this resolution, and we will in good faith explore the opportunities. But changing something significant, since we've already signed our loans and having all of our equity in for 65 minutes, if we had had this discussion before we went on the hook for the debt, before we'd put the equity in and we're building the $65 million facility, that would be a different issue. But we didn't. But that doesn't mean that we won't entertain the conversations and get smart and see what we can do, just because we're good corporate citizens. But we ask that you not hold this up because it's integral to moving the project forward, and we're at risk for the $65 million. Nobody else is right now.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. I think it would be helpful for you to kind of get my perspective. I ran on fair development and kind of making sure that our tax-paying citizens who do not have the benefit of predictable payment in lieu of tax schedules, right? That our property taxes, we don't have that benefit, so we have to pay it by the market, and therefore we're not necessarily getting that benefit that you all are getting. I think from a negotiation perspective, we need to make sure that it is a good deal for everybody. I see where you all benefit. I'm trying to figure out how I can go, to my district and defend it to folks that are complaining about the property taxes, right? Because you all, if you were to pay market rate, it would be, I would assume, in the millions of dollars that would contribute to our property taxes, and it would help pay for, right, public safety, public works, and some of the other services and maintenance to your development. The fact that conversation has not necessarily happened is what kind of concerns me. So what I'll do is, this kind of puts us in a tricky situation. I may need Misty's help. I will make a motion to approve with the mandate that there be a conversation and an agreement on whether or not some percentage of these units are made available to receive housing vouchers. I don't know if that's doable or not. Somebody from legal help me out here. But I do think we need to have this conversation before we continue to pass contracts like this. I see Patrick, so I'll yield the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Patrick Waters, Deputy Chief Counsel. I would just note, so in this case, we already do have a development agreement with the developer. I understand your concerns. I think that would require reopening
the agreement that we've already signed with the developer. So I think this is an important conversation to have on future developments. But I don't think we can really tie it to the vote tonight.
So in the event, and I'll be done with this, Mayor, in the event that we said send this back to committee, could we include some provision if the developer were to agree to include it? Could we include it and bring it back at a later date?
Well, again, I mean, the problem is, we have a development agreement that we entered into with them, or I guess a year ago now. And none of these provisions were in that agreement. So, and we're not here opening up the development agreement tonight. So I just, I think that's an important conversation to have on future developments. But with this developer, it's not a stipulation that we can add it at this point.
Okay, gotcha. I see what we're dealing with here. Well, I do have reservations concerning that, and I know timing, everything. I do not want to be fair to you, Mr. March, but this is an ongoing issue that we have with these large projects where the citizens here, right, the residents that do not get these payment in lieu of taxes, right, they do not get those benefits. And I'm not picking on this developer. I've had similar conversations and I try to be as consistent as I can, but we need to solve upstream issues. And I would hope that the commission would really consider how we go about approving these contracts moving forward. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Commissioner McKiernan has his hands up.
I'm sorry, Commissioner McKiernan.
Oh, it's fine. I was going to say that given the number of years that this agreement has been discussed and planned, and given the fact that we do have a signed development agreement, I move to approve this item as submitted.
Commissioner Mike Kane, second.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve and a second. Roll call.
Roll call. Davis.
No.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrough.
Aye.
Townsend. Townsend. McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Townsend one more time. Vote is 8-1. That motion carries.
Thank you. The next item is item 1, resolution designating of an acting county administrator. Our first item is a resolution designating acting administrator. I'll ask Cheryl Harrison Lee, our interim county administrator, to make some remarks.
Cheryl Harrison Lee, interim county administrator. Section 2102 of the Code of the Unified Government states that a written report should be filed with the commission, subject to approval for an acting administrator anytime that the administrator is absent temporarily or for disability. This resolution serves as notice of filing that report. What would take place would be we have acting county administrators on a rotation basis. One of them would serve as an acting if there were any temporary absences. And may I answer any questions?
Thank you. Does any member of the commission have any comments or questions?
Commissioner Harold Johnson, move for approval.
Commissioner Ramirez, second.
I have a second, and I have a motion to approve. Roll call.
Roll call. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrough.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Kiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Vote is 10-0. That motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 2, update $15 an hour baseline salary for the unified government. The second item on the 15-hour baseline salary, I'll turn it over to our interim county administrator, Ms. Harrison Lee, for comments.
Cheryl Harrison Lee, interim county administrator. Tonight, we're providing an update on progress towards achieving a $15 minimum wage across the unified government workforce. The $15 an hour minimum wage is a priority for Mayor Gardner and this administration as we try to provide a livable wage and competitive workforce. The existing minimum wage at the federal level and the state of Kansas is $7.25 an hour. Last month, the federal government announced that the federal civilian employees will be paid $15 an hour minimum wage. It is increasingly challenging to hire people in the public and the private sector. And if we are going to continue to attract and retain talent, we need to move to $15 an hour. So I'll move to looking at how the employee compensation is being increased. So Alan, if you could go to slide 3, please. So we have a total of 14 full-time employees. In asking staff to assess, looking at our workforce of the 2,300 employees, 14 of them earn less than $15 per hour. It is evenly distributed between the non-union and union. 68 part-time and seasonal employees would make less than $15 per hour. And so moving to the $15 per hour minimum wage reflects a commitment and an appreciation of the workforce. It makes the UG more competitive with other markets. And the anticipated fiscal impact to move to $15 an hour is less than $150,000 per year. And finally, as we take action to move all positions to $15 per hour, the non-union positions can be moved via administration and the administrator's prerogative to set compensation. The seasonal and temporary employees are vacant. So when these positions are filled, they will be filled at $15 per hour. And then with the union positions, our Human Resources Department has reached out to ASFE to establish a letter of understanding that will move those ASME employees to $15 per hour. So we anticipate having all positions moved to $15 an hour in March. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison Lee. Does any of the members of the commission have any comments or questions? Commissioner Kane?
Thank you, Mayor. McDonald's is paying $19 an hour. I would think that we would increase it to at least $18 an hour. And you know, the $15 an hour sounds good, but our employees, in order to retain them and keep them and bring more people here, I would think it'd be a better investment in our employees to pay at least $18 an hour.
Thank you, Commissioner Kane. Commissioner Ramirez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would 100% completely agree with Commissioner Kane. If that is something the interim administrator can look into and come back with the commission on what that price tag would look like. We always talk about how wonderful our employees are. Well, let's show that. They work hard every day to provide the services to our community, to provide services to this governing body so that we can do our job. And they should be paid what they should be paid for. They do a lot of good work. And so I completely agree with Commissioner Kane and ask that the interim administrator come back with us with that fiscal impact at a later date.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez. Commissioner Davis?
I'm going to go one up. I think it would be good for us to look at the overall budget impact of 15, 18, and 20. The reason why I'm saying that is because inflation is through the roof. The cost of living is through the roof. And to be quite honest, we're late on $15. I'm thinking about some of the folks that, I was at KU last month in class and talking to them. And if we're wanting to get high quality employees, educated employees that are going to bring, their lives and their expertise. We really have to. And obviously I want to be, responsible. We can also talk about a ladder in which we kind of set it up maybe in a 3-year increment in which we increase, but we have to deliver on this. I mean, we have to. Our people are our most important asset. That would be my request. I don't mean to kind of one up, but 15, 18, 20, looking at just the financial implications, if we can get some data on cost of living, inflation, what other cities are doing, things of that sort, it would really, really set us up nicely to make a great decision here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
And maybe to bring just a little bit of balance, I guess, to the conversation, as we are looking at those potential options, I'd like to know what, if any, impact that would have to our overall fund balance and our goals as relates to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? I'd just like to comment that thank you, Commissioner Harrison-Lee, and thank you, commissioners. Having been a one-time employee of the unified government, we do know that our employees are our most valuable assets. And if we can continue to do things to champion them, reward them for their service, and encourage those that want to work here at our unified government and be good public servants, we want people to know this is the place to come and work and give back to this community. So thank you, Administrator, and I know she's going to do a good job of making sure that whatever decisions are made, it's reasonable, it's responsible, and it's actionable. I believe Commissioner Kane, Bynum? Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you. I was just curious, do we have a motion?
It doesn't require.
No, ma'am. This isn't a motion. This is an administrator's action, and she was it was just information only.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Kane, did you have your hand raised?
Well, I think that we should look at $18 and $20 an hour. And if I can make a motion or whatever, because our employees deserve to make more.
Thank you, Commissioner. This was this item was just information presented to the commission from our administrator, our interim administrator. It would be an action taken on her part as she walks through making sure that this is done in a responsible manner. I can assure you at a later date, we'll circle back with an update on the questions in regards to the $15, $18, and $20 an hour and the decision that she's made as far as the fiscal impact that'll have on the unified government. Are there any other comments or questions in this regard? This concludes our meeting for this evening. I'd like to thank you for your attendance. We are adjourned. Thank you.